stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
tomorrow will never
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Feeding Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I welcome you to this episode of Yoga and Meditation. Today's episode of Yoga and Meditation, we'll be talking, chit-chatting about the benefits of yoga and what meditation can bring in light to your life. But before that, it's very important to meditate on oneself, for oneself. And that's why every episode we begin with the mantra chanting. Before I I go down and I involve myself more into the intricacies of the usefulness and the benefits of what mantras are and how they work, let me give you an essence of this mantra, which is called as Gayatri Mantra, through chanting. Closing your eyes, taking a deep breath inside, joining the hands together as we remember our true selves to be the universal entity of being a pure soul. Let's chant Om. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Welcome. Mantras, affirmations that hold a true gesture of understanding oneself and realizing the spiritual energy that lies within us, which has been brought forward in many traditions and many religions, where the words hold a power to give yourself the spiritual ignition and to help yourself to realize the wonderful soul we all are on this earth. Mantras is a Sanskrit word that is derived from two words, man and antra. Man means heart and antra means words. The words that touch the heart. And the heart is the seat of that spiritual essence that gives us the energy of prana through which our body is vibrating and recognizing ourselves as human beings. To touch base on that, we'll be chit-chatting more about that before we invite our other guests. But today, first of all, I'd like to invite and welcome our founder and director, Neil Kumar, as well as our regular guest contributor, Dr. Anukul from United Kingdom. Global namaste to both of you and a very good afternoon.
Global namaste, Amrita, and a global namaste to our senior resident panelist, Anukul Goswami. It's wonderful to have you both. And Amrita, you started with a calm mind because yoga and meditation are also a time where mantras should be chanted as well to bring the resonance of peace in the mind. Amrita, you are a yoga expert and you coach so many people as well. We can discuss about how yoga can help women, particularly in their menstrual cycles, etc. Generally, before we wait our Rena Forrester, who is part of Healing Our Earth regularly, just before she comes, what are the common mistakes, particularly some common mistakes some of the beginners make in yoga, and how can they be avoided?
Yeah. As a yoga professional, I find people, when they start doing yoga, they mostly see yoga as yoga. Yoga basically is not an exercise or it's not a fitness training. It's much more beyond that. And when you aren't aware about something which you have perceived deep into your understanding of senses, then you just perceive it very physically. And when you perceive it very physically, for you, it is just an activity which your hands and feet or your torso is doing in a particular way. But when you start practicing it and you go deep into the understanding with the practice of breath in synchronization with the body movements, you ultimately realize the benefits of how it is different from an exercise. And therefore, a lot of people, as a beginner, make a mistake in understanding it as just an exercise, whereas it's a very different mode of physical activity that ingrains your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual alignment with some couple of physical and mental activities that you do in a yoga posture. And the first important thing while practicing yoga is to align your body and to align your mind, which starts
Amrita,
from Tadasana.
I love when you said when practicing yoga. And talking about yoga are actually going to embark on a retreat, which is with heart chakra and air element in a moment. So we will show the
Yeah.
flyer in a moment. Before that, we take a comment from our senior resident panelist, who is also a general knowledge panelist. Anakul, Amrita very nicely and succinctly described probable errors that people make because yoga is not just physical. Do you agree that those are the common mistakes and how can they be avoided? Over to you, Anakul. Thank you.
Absolutely true. I think uh, Amrita has very clearly spoken out the most salient part of the yoga. Many of my patients who come with chronic pain and various kind of issues, both at domestic level and at different levels, they all again consider yoga to be purely a physical thing. But more than 90% is actually intellectual and spiritual. And recognition of concept of consciousness and how you merge with it and how you merge with the body makes all the difference. And I've seen no more than about 10% of people who actually practice yoga are truly aligned with that particular thinking, what Dr. Amrita was just saying. And I think that's a major, major way of making a change in our thinking process.
It's brilliant. So, Amrita, tell us about the heart chakra and the air element retreat, which is happening at the very appropriate Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh. What better place to have heart chakra and air element than that place over there? I think it's tail end of October and maybe one of the first days of November. Is that right?
Yeah, it is starting approximately on 27th of October to 1st of November. And this retreat, which is the heart chakra and air element retreat, is being hosted by me personally, along with one of our very experienced yoga professional from Africa. And we both are giving this retreat from 27th of October to 1st of November, which is 5 nights retreat, where we are giving you a unique experience of staying in a very beautiful place called as McLeodganj, which is the seat and place of government in exile of Tibet, where Dalai Lama resides. And apart from an experience where you have an experience of a Tibetan culture at one end and the mantras of Tibetan culture, we also have a dwell of Indian Himalayan culture, where people from Himalayan region who have their indigenous life as well as their language and traditions, you get a unique blend of both of that. And we will be offering this heart chakra, heart opening retreat through sound healing, through Ayurveda consultations, through Ayurveda classes, well-being exercises, open air meditations, and exploring in and out with the nature, as well as some knowledge, refreshment, and well-being.
Wow, Amrita, I also caught at the beginning that you are going to be there. And what better person, because you are from Himachal Pradesh and Dharamsala is actually known to you personally as well. So for those people who are listening and connected to us, the applications are open now, so we can take as many people as you like. There is an early bird offer going on. You can contact our Amrita on this. She also mentioned Africa expert. So I gather, is that Shubha Nair you're talking about?
Yes, Shubha Nair is from Africa. She has been practicing and she holds a great experience of more than 25 years of practicing yoga in various fields, from Iyengar yoga to multi-style yoga therapies, as well as meditation. And we both are offering this retreat that will become a good ground of understanding your own air element, as well as understanding about how our hearts are related so close to the nature, and how you can offer yourself a better ground to heal from the Himalayan air all alone.
And just to let the viewers who are connected to us on the website, YouTube and Facebook, this will be posted on our Facebook from tomorrow onwards with the connecting contact number. Shubha actually also organizes retreat with the safari in Africa. So she is experienced, as is our very own Dr. Amrita Sharma. She guides lots of retreat people from different countries and leads them through the journey of the program for retreat, depending from which country they are from Europe or Southeast Asia or America. So you will be at very good hand with our experts on here, promoted by yoga for body and mind, heart chakra, and air element in the luscious panoramic background of Dharmshala, Himachal Pradesh. Thank you, Nishit, for sharing this as well. It's beautiful. Let's go back to you, Amrita. So maybe we start putting this in social media from tomorrow. So it'll be so beautiful.
Yeah, thank
Let's
you.
take a comment from Sam, who from Scotland loves Dharamsala as well. He goes to India quite often. Sam himself is a yoga expert and does retreat. Sam, a global namaste to you from England to Scotland. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. Happy Nil Kumar. Namaste. I'm kind of, you put my name in front, I'm kind of better under stress.
No panic, no
No,
panic,
no,
Sam.
no.
You are a cool dude. So, Sam, in Himachal Pradesh, in the background of that wonderful Himachal Pradesh, Chakra and Air Element retreat by our very own Dr. Amrita Sharma and Shubha Nair from East Africa. That sounds exciting, doesn't it?
Very exciting because that's when we talk more about nature. How important is connect with the nature to charge your battery.
Then it's so beautiful. So, Sam, Amrita will be in touch with you, send you the flyer as well. If you
No
could put
problem.
it to our yoga group through yours, and maybe if there's a group coming, you can get involved in it as well. Keep in touch with Amrita.
Yeah,
Amrita, if
I,
you can do the due diligence, keep in touch with Sam and let's roll
I
it out, including Anakul. Let's roll it out and in Israel as well. Sam, Anakul, stay around.
yeah, well,
Whilst we're waiting for Rina, Heather is here. She's from Israel
Yes.
as well. Let's take Heather first and we take her
Yes.
comment as well. Heather, retreat in India, in Himachal Pradesh, which is Dalai Lama's abode over there. Doesn't it sound exciting?
Sign me up.
Tanya, there you are,
Please.
sign you up.
Count me
Beautiful.
in. It sounds
And
delicious. Is this a regular offering or this is a first time offering this year?
both the people who are going to lead it, which is Dr. Amrita Sharma, she is from Himachal Pradesh and every year goes thrice there in Himachal Pradesh. Dharamsala is where she grew up as a child. Every now and then it was not very far from her residence, and it's going to be beautiful because you will have the person who knows the area and Shubha, who actually does retreats of safari in East Africa, is going to join, and she's from India originally as well. Shubha and Amrita are very closely tied. Amrita in the past have helped Shubha with some matters to do with yoga and retreat. So it's beautiful. So Amrita, keep in touch with Heather as well. Let's garner nice groups. And I take it away and introduce Heather, who is also a guest contributor today. Over to both of you and namaste.
Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Global Namaste, Heather. How are you?
Happy to be here. Global Namaste. Thank you. Happy to return.
Yeah, I'm really glad to welcome you again for this episode because you are an expert who has been practicing all these kind of therapies. And in the last episode, also, you mentioned and you talked a lot about fascia, which is a very inclining and touching point of physical fitness in terms of practicing yoga. And how the meditation, as well as the facets of understanding the deepness of connection of the physical tissues and the body is so interconnected. So, can you throw some light on this before I chit chat with you more on the other aspects?
Sure.
Over to you.
So, at the root of any physical or movement practice is really fascia. And only in the last decade or so is that really starting to enter into the conversation. So when it comes to any movement practice, whether it's Pilates or yoga, gyrokinesis, gyrotonic, more intuitive movement-based practices, at the heart of all of it is we're moving the fascia. And when we're moving the fascia, we're generating the electricity that helps to hydrate not just the fascia, but the entire system. So maintaining the health and the tensegrity of that matrix of fascia, no matter what your movement practice is really what it's all about in terms of maintaining optimal health.
Yeah. How can you tell people how important is fascia for alignment of the posture? And as we see when we grow older, or today's time where people are so much gadget oriented and their lifestyle
Yeah.
has become so much dependent on a particular posture, with sitting on the chair, on the laptops, and always sticking to their mobiles,
Yeah.
the kind of effect that it produces in the body. Can you tell our viewers how important it is to
Yes.
think about your posture and how it is affecting your body subtly? Over to you.
So the essence of fascia is that a healthy fascia has a somewhat kind of linear presentation of it, and it slides and it glides. And when you have compromised posture or a lifestyle that's more sedentary, that there isn't a particular amount of movement, then the fascia develops adhesions. It starts to densify in the areas that especially are more stagnant. So the stasis of the tissue is going to impede the movement possibility. So what happens with the fascia is it starts to crystallize. And as it starts to crystallize, it's continuing this process of dehydrating. And as it continues to dehydrate, the crystallization then turns into something that's very brittle. And it's making the system more vulnerable to expressions of dis-ease. Last week, we spoke about arthritis and joint pain specifically, but it can express in a multitude of other ways. So with regard to posture, you can see how the adhesions and densification of the fascia will block or make certain postures more challenging for individuals. I had a colleague recently share with me, she got to attend Gil Hedley's Integral Anatomy. If anyone's familiar with Gil Hedley's work, he's a phenomenal anatomist. Anatomist? I think that's the way how you say it.
Yeah, you can
And
say, yeah.
he addresses fascia. He's been addressing fascia for a long time. He's one of the pioneers of bringing it into the discussion. And in one of the cadavers that they had, I'm thinking of excavate, but what do you do when you're with a cadaver? When you're dissecting, there's the word I'm looking for. When you're
Dissecting,
dissecting a cadaver, this woman's body had a massive growth on her back, and they thought it was what is it called? Kyphosis, like an expression of scoliosis. But upon dissecting, what they realized is it was not any expression of scoliosis. It was fascia that had accumulated and densified and calcified layer upon layer upon layer. So it was presenting as a malformation in the spine, but it was
Fine.
fascia. It was fascia. It was the growth
Yeah.
of fascia and the heavy densification of fascia on her shoulders and into the rhomboids. And it was in that area. It wasn't the spine. So fascia is really important for understanding the importance of maintaining that slide and glide, hydrolyzed, hydrated movement.
Yeah. So for all the viewers who are watching us and are not knowing what fascia is like a cobweb of the body. It intertwines every small connection of the body that is connected to your bones, to your tissues, that interconnects your muscles, nerves, blood vessels together. And this kind of a cobweb, the more it is moving, the better it will be. The less it is moving, the more rigid it becomes. The less nutrition and hydration it gets, the more crystallized it becomes, as Heather is sharing. And that is what is defining our postures. And when we are talking about sedentary lifestyle, it is all about overusing some muscles that I always used to, and not using some muscles that have never been used. And all those muscles and parts of the body that we never use, there are the points that the fascia gets crystallized. And this is what you have been talking about, Heather, and that's why it is very important for people to understand how the anatomy of the body in relation to the exercises, in relation to the yogic postures and the asana, as well as the way you sit, the way you stand, the way you hold your body, the way you walk, has a great emphasis on the musculoskeletal system that is interrelated with many diseases, as well as your emotions and your body. How is fascia related with the emotions? Can you throw some light on that? It's a very interesting topic and one of my
Yeah.
favorite subjects for people to talk about. Yes.
Definitely. So great question. Thank you for the opportunity to dive down that rabbit hole. And everything connected to fascia is a rabbit hole. So for anyone who feels inspired and is feeling a resonance with fascia, just dive in. There are so many resources out there now, which is exciting. So the relationship between fascia and emotion, it's just as fascia is for anyone who was on the call last week, I spoke about how fascia is a water reservoir. It's the collecting site essentially for 75% of the structured water in our body. So just as it's a reservoir for water, it's a reservoir for emotion. So we have this connective web that is holding, harvesting, keeping safe the emotions that we aren't fully prepared to process, integrate, and metabolize. So that's another reason to hydrate and to maintain a movement practice, to continue to move the fascia. So it's inviting the fascia, and it doesn't have to be conscious, but we're inviting the fascia to mobilize and to move the emotions, because the more you're moving the fascia, the more of an opportunity you're giving your body and all systems within the body. We'll talk about kind of synchronizing the systems a little bit in my session if we have the opportunity. We're giving the fascia an opportunity to metabolize and integrate the emotions into the system so that the emotions aren't creating the adhesions. We can have physical, whether it's posture or surgeries or some level of trauma that manifests in adhesions and densifications of the fascia. But I would also argue that emotions that go unprocessed and unintegrated, unmetabolized, or partially metabolized, they're sitting in the fascia and they can create the densifications that can cause challenges. So emotion and fascia are interlinked. They are one and the same as I see it. So when we're moving fascia, we're moving the emotions through our body.
That's wonderful, in fact. So let's have 10-15 minutes of your session, and then we follow up with Rena. Okay.
Wonderful. Dr. Amrita, thank you. And thank you for the warm welcome again to the community of Healing Our Earth Global Namaste. So for anyone who's not fully comfortable, hello, Rena, welcome. Welcome, honey. So for anyone who's not in a particularly comfortable position, I just invite you to take a moment to adjust your feet, find a comfortable position for your hands as well, and give a little shoulder shrug. Just draw the shoulders up to your ears as far as they can go. Make it yummy, make it delicious. Everything about fascia is savory. So invite a sense of play and curiosity in this really simple movement. And slowly with your breath, invite the shoulders to relax down and just sense the new space you created just from that simple, really, really simple movement. And let's come into the shoulders one more time, this time with an inhalation on the rise of the shoulders. Noticing if you can perhaps get a little bit more lift in the shoulders. Let them lift, imagining that you have a source of suspension pulling the shoulders up. So it's not coming from a place of effort. It's coming from a place of suspension, of feeling hung almost. And through the exhale, invite the shoulders to drop down. Beautiful, beautiful. And just come into the clavicles a little bit. And let's bring some movement into the clavicles. All of these movements and just the general practice that I'll be guiding you through today, everything I offer is just a series of invitations. And if there's an invitation that doesn't resonate, doesn't feel comfortable, I encourage you to honor that and really kind of tune into what your body most needs. And if that's stillness, that's also part of the practice as well. So as we're doing these circles in the shoulders, feel the relationship between the shoulder and the clavicle. I'm feeling a pop on the front space of my clavicle. So I know that I have tension here, which tells me as well that there's probably some sort of blockage or densification in the fascia. So just listen to what this simple movement of the circles in either direction, front or back, it doesn't matter. Listen to what this really simple movement is telling you about your body right now in this moment. Is there a part of that range of motion that is uncomfortable or feels like there's a blockage? Where do you feel more flow? Make it interesting for yourself. Make it really interesting as an invitation for using simple movements to start the connection with the fascia, to really start to build this connection to this web of fascia. Bringing the shoulders forward and back. Let the movement be really organic. Let it bring a sense of flow to your body that's celebrating the vitality in all of your systems, so that you're becoming more and more aware of the vitality that runs through your veins and the arteries, that runs through the fascia, because blood and fascia are interconnected. Our blood has fascia fibrocytes that run through. So as we start to expand the movement a little bit more, let it be interesting for yourself, even if it's really small micro movements. We're just starting to awaken the vitality in the system and starting to make connections between these different systems in the body. Again, all with the intent of using movement to awaken and vitalize the fascia, which is thus inviting the other systems to awaken even more as well. In this movement as well, I love to give attention to the lymph system, of which within the lymphatic system, which is our drainage system, our lymph sites don't work on a pump. It's all based on manual, not manipulation, but manual pressure on some level. So we need movement to maintain the expression of the lymphatic. So as we're doing these simple movements, we're also activating lymphatic sites in key areas of the body. We'll do something connected with what I call what I've learned as the big six for the lymphatic system. We'll save that for the end of this little movement session. So all the while, just with the series of movements we've done so far, starting with the raising of the shoulders and the releasing, bringing circles into the shoulders, awakening the clavicles, all of this information, we just want to get more information coming through the body. We want to make more connections within the neural pathways, which fascia is also connected with, because you find fascia in the neurocytes as well, in the neural pathways. These simple movements, we're awakening the intelligence and the capacity of the fascia. Good. I see Rena coming to the head. Let's follow that intuitive guide and come to the head. And just bring your hands to the head and see what movement the crown chakra, that your cranium is asking for. My cranium right now is wanting to be stretched. It's wanting to be pulled back a bit. See what movement, what texture of movement, what speed. See what sensation of movement this area of the body is calling for. This is one way of tuning into. We want to attune to the fascia. Again, imagining it as literally a massive spider web that connects everything in our body. And it transmits information at the speed of sound. It has electrical capabilities as well. It's semiconductive. So even with these simple movements of attuning to what you feel this area of the body needs, we're sending messages everywhere in the body. And our hands are a really powerful mechanism for attuning into the intelligence of the fascia and what it needs. And this is where intuition is also really powerful and helpful with fascia, because your hands know your body the best. Good. Invite the electrical currents of the fascia to just work their magic. It's not something that has to be conscious. That's the magic of it, because we're just following the intuitive energy that runs in the system. Imagine fascia as well as a mycelial network. We have our own mycelial network within our body, like the trees in a forest that can all communicate with one another through the roots. This is what we're doing when we attune to the fascia and we send information through down the line, literally, but it's communicating in multiple streams simultaneously. It's literally, it's our multi-dimensional organ in perfect expression. So we want to celebrate that power and just give it the information that it's hungry for and trust in its capacity to funnel that information to the channels that it needs. Follow the intuition of the hands. Mine want to come into the ears, also a really key lymphatic site. So as you're coming into the ears, and just give it love and attention. Imagine that everywhere you're touching on your body for the remainder of this session, for the remainder of today, if we can extend it beyond just this framework. Imagine that everywhere you touch, you bring a sense of cherishing, and there's a sense of tenderness that comes through the touch. The fascia picks up on that. We're discovering that fascia has memory. It has anticipatory memory. So we want to play into that intelligence. And if we always bring a sense of tenderness and cherishing to our touch and the touch of anyone that we interact with, our fascia begins to have a recall of that, and it begins to anticipate it for the future. Beautiful. And as we're each touching our heads, this is really, it's so beautiful to see all of you connecting with this sense of feeling cherished. I love to see this collective gathering of hands on the cheek, which is something, you know, notoriously parents and grandparents do with their children. But to do it to yourself is also equally powerful. So as we're connecting with this very nurturing position of our hands on our cheeks, I invite you to just take a moment and breathe into this. Sense the vitality in this connection between cheek and hands. Come into that space. And as we're doing that, again, we're connecting with the fascia, whether it's conscious or not. The fascia is picking up on it. And imagine that since we're all mirroring each other on some level, our mirror neurons, which are neurons that we have that reflect movement back to each other. So I can be doing a movement and you can be sitting still, but your mirror neurons are sensing the playback, sensing the replay of that movement in your body as if you've already done it. But in this case, many of us are mirroring the same movement. So we have a little celebration of mirror neurons here. Let the magic seep through. So using the mirror neurons, imagine that the fascia in our hands and in the collective systems that we each have, imagine that they're all connecting now to each other. How many do we have on the call right now? About 11 or so people. So just within the context of this call, all of our fascia is now connected to each other. We're creating a continuum of fascial coherence. So we're not alone in the movements we're doing, even though we're each in our respective places in the world. Just through this simple act, and for those who are listening to the replay after, we're creating this cohesive continuum of fascia. So just take a moment to breathe that in and understand that movement has that capacity, and touch in this case has that capacity to connect us all to each other and to tap into this broader mycelial network that we're all a part of, where all movement never ends. Movement is just a continuation. So we're stepping into the flow of the coherence of that fascial continuum and a much larger continuum. And from that space of having connected with the crown chakra, I just invite you to bring your hands to your chest, to your heart. We've spent some time connecting with the fascia, and I invite you to bring the same level of attunement to the bioelectric field of your heart. Remembering as well that the heart carries fascial cells, fascial intelligence. It's helical in nature. The heart is actually one spiral shaped muscle. If you unravel it, there's an anatomist in Spain who spent decades studying the shape of the heart, and he discovered that it's actually helical in nature. So as you place your hands on your heart, just imagine connecting, feel, don't even imagine, allow yourself to sense the helical nature of the heart and to feel its power and its connection to the broader fascial system, understanding there's really no separation. And from that place of attunement and deep connection, both to the heart as a muscle, as a helical expression of muscle, but also fascia, I invite you to move your heart. Imagine that you can mobilize your heart, coming into the back space, the sides of the heart, really gentle movement. Again, continuing with this thread of cherishing and tenderness. Let the heart sense and feel that tenderness and that cherishing through the touch, as well as the invitation to bring more space and more movement to the cavity of the chest. And in so doing, we bring the intelligence of the heart into the point of contact, into our hands, into our fingertips as well. So from that place of really mobilizing the heart and feeling the strength and the power of the heart, as you're ready, inviting the hands to separate from that space, really slowly, still feeling the magnetism that the hands and the heart feel for one another. There may be a bit of resistance in not wanting to separate the two entities because of that magnetic force between them. Let it be and just be an observation of it and find that sense of awe and wonder. And even as the hands get further away from the heart, they continue, you still feel that connection. Continue to stay connected to that sense of magnetization and the connection we've just made between the fascia and the heart. And may you carry that connection, that coherence within your system and the coherence, the continuum we created in this little container. May you take that with you into the rest of the session and beyond. Namaste.
Namaste.
Amrita, isn't that amazing? And I was just
Yeah.
thinking, with what Heather did and what Rena is about to do and what Melissa will do, is perfect for next week's episode in the Glow Women Self-Care. We can't go
Yes.
wrong. So Heather, next Sunday, Rena, Melissa, let's bring, because we need to bring the women episode, the Glow Women entourage that we've got world over. Women's self-care will be an important subject. So Amrita, if you can roll that out and your comments for Heather, and let's bring in our resident yoga expert as well. Rena, a global namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Neil Kumar, Dr. Amrita, Heather, Healing Our Earth family. It's been a while and it's so nice to be here. Heather, that was really the exact session I didn't know that I needed. Thank you.
With pleasure.
It's beautiful that Israel is sending energy world over. So Amrita, take it away as we say temporary goodbye to Heather. We bring in Rena and over to you.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Heather, it was a very wonderful episode. In fact, everybody I could see enjoyed, and you have given such a wonderful tips that people can always remind of while sitting on the chair. Moving your shoulders, moving your hands, putting a little bit of hand on the heart where the pranas come from. Isn't it, Sam? It's so wonderful to make you realize every time that, oh yeah, I'm existing because of something which is beating inside me, which falls in love often, which gets attached often, and that can sometimes give me pain, which can be very sweet as well, which is so nice. And that is the connection that I'm feeling with you all right now. It's really very nice.
Beautiful.
And so in the next episode, I really look forward to have you all as the women of the country and the nation to bring world women together for the self-care, for nurturing and nourishing themselves. So thank you so much. And let's welcome Rena. Global Namaste, Rena.
Global Namaste again, Dr. Amrita.
It's been a while and it's really a present, a warming welcome for me, because to have you again as a guest and a yoga expert, you have been practicing yoga so much, and it's really a very good delight and a pride for healing our earth that the country, amidst so much of war and tensions and things like that, so positive energies are coming from there. You all are keeping up your vibrations and mental health so good, which is so nice. So, what have you lined up for everybody, for all of us, for today's yoga episode? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you for acknowledging that. And yeah, I really do feel blessed to be able to have myself in a space where I'm able to take care of myself and to be connected to Heather and also so many other really inspiring people that you could almost forget that there's a war going on behind the scenes. Because people really are, I don't know if it's because of that or what, but there are a lot of people that really are focusing on taking care of themselves and also sharing light with people here on this land and in other lands as well. So it's certainly inspiring. I have just about 6 more minutes and was planning to kind of just go with the flow. I will share a little bit, kind of going off of what Heather was just speaking about. And, my main topic today is postural alignment in yoga. And Heather had us really focusing on the heart chakra and then working up a little bit. The heart is very much connected to the throat chakra, and then we worked up into the crown. I also felt working on the heart chakra was impacting my solar plexus. I felt myself needing to twist a little bit. And so I'll just share that, like, from a yogic perspective, and Heather also spoke about how the fascia connects, it's a physical thing, but it also holds emotional tension. And I've just always understood very clearly how yoga is a scientific method that combines the emotional body, the physical body, the mental body, and the spiritual body. And that even though the Western world only recently has started using the term fascia, the ancient yogis knew about this. And I have chills. And so what Heather had us working on in the heart chakra, that's often what I'll work on. Like that nowadays I work with a lot. I work kind of with two main groups of people. One are people who are carrying trauma in relation to the war, both Jewish Israelis and also Arabs and Muslims and Christians, and the intersection of them meeting. And there's a lot of trauma there cross-culturally, and also with high-performing professionals who are spending a lot of time working at their desks. And both groups of people have a lot of tension and trauma that's being held in the heart chakra area, whether it's focusing on kind of the more emotional, just kind of lacking compassion or having past interactions with different cultures that lacked compassion and continuing to carry that trauma. Or if it's people that are showing up at a desk and hunching over like this, and that's also impacting your heart chakra. So it's to me, it feels like a very relevant area of the body to be working on. And I'll often do exercises that are really similar to what Heather had us working on. And I guess what I'll share that connects Heather's and also to posture is that I'll always invite students first and foremost to, Heather kind of did this, but I'll do this a little bit more explicitly of like, let's first bring consciousness into how we're sitting, and doing that first and foremost. I don't have enough time to guide you all through it right now, but that is just take a moment to notice how your body is right now. Where's the position? What's the positioning of your feet, your knees, your spine, your shoulders, your head, your chin? What are you looking at? And then to bring more intention into that, and to actually sit with 2 feet on the floor, knees facing forwards, feet parallel, working up the body, feeling the weight distributing equally on the hips, feeling the spine straighten up, feeling, as Heather had us do, the shoulders lift up and then the shoulders drop back, and feeling the sense of broadness that come through the chest, but also being careful not to overarch like chickens. And then also to be aware of the neck and and the chin. And this is something we could definitely do. I invite often my students to bring a hand to the back of the neck and feel that there's a natural curve there. But in yoga, we do manipulate that curve by tucking the chin back and down. And when we do that, it just helps the energy to flow up through the body. But it's not something we need to be holding all throughout the day. So it's something that we can just feel in our yoga practice. And then once we're in this, intentional and conscious posture, then I'll guide students into warming up really intentionally. Maybe it's starting with the shoulders, doing rotations forwards and back, and opening and closing the elbows, and doing some clenching and stretching with the fingers, going in up in all directions and forwards with down, rotations with the wrists. And with these rotations, it's also really important to it's an opportunity to build concentration. And oftentimes, people making circles like this, but if we actually focus on just moving the wrist, then we have that opportunity to build concentration, and it's actually much harder than it looks. Yeah, so I'm sorry that I can't go into like actually guiding you through a whole practice like that, but I think that I trust that it's still helpful just to even intellectually understand that. And I'll share also the reason that I said to Heather that this was the practice I didn't know I needed is because I'm sure I'm not alone, that I've been feeling recently a lot of like old pain come up in my heart chakra in the last few days, and feel it kind of release. And there is relief that's come, but it still feels like there's a friend of mine today. She said, "How's your heart?" I said, "It still feels vulnerable, but it feels more stable than it did, and it feels excited." And I just love this friend of mine who always asks, "How's your heart feeling?" And it really ties into what Heather had us doing of like providing some physical nourishment, but also knowing that that's having an emotional effect. And yeah, like I said, to tie it back to how I began, it's just always been really clear to me that yoga is based on that inherent connection of the physical body and the emotional body and all the other bodies that we have. So I'll leave it at that, but are there any other questions or final things that you'd like me to share?
Yeah, that's really wonderful, Rena. And it's the way basic understanding of knowing how the heart, the body is interconnected, and how the subtle movements that you mentioned, specifically when we are doing a lot of things in our life, we don't realize, but then when we know and do it purposely, it makes a very big difference. For example, moving your wrist specifically, where people just unknowingly start to move their elbows, they sometimes start moving their hands, they don't realize that, but then specifically realizing that how the wrists have to be moved, how do you feel with that, how openness it brings to the tissues around you. I think that is what is yoga. We also have our expert Sam. Sam, what are your comments on what Rena said, and what have you to add on to that before we move to our next guest? Over to you.
Do agree. In my yoga class, first thing I do, body like a electric car. It needs a charge. That comes from prana. Prana need to flow. Some people do yoga but don't get the benefit. They have a lot of blockage in the body. So I always start my class with opening hearts or releasing all the visual of hand. Make sure it's also for prevention, arthritis, everything. But it's only most for once you open the channel, prana can flow and heal your body. Prana, if there's a blockage there, that's what happens. A lot of people have a lot of blockage. That's why we do all these exercise, all this neck exercise to open the chakra, because your vagus nerve goes through, pass through your neck. Any neck exercise activates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nerve system to distress you, and the blood can flow through the right place, right amount, supply all the blood and oxygen and nutrients to promote good health. So it really, what they're doing is getting rid of all the blockages. And that's why you have to do that before you do pranayama to get the maximum benefit of pranayama. Otherwise, you're doing yoga, but you're not getting the benefit from that because you're like a spine, like Elena was telling you, what the posture is very important. Because when your posture is right, the energy can flow like Ida and Pingla. Your energy goes to the base and through the spine, it travels all the way back up. If your spine is posture is bent, then it's only touching the small surface. The energy can only go slowly up the way. When your posture is straight, then it can travel much quicker because your more surface area is touching. That's why when I do the exercise, also I do this mudra all the way up into Kapalbhati for 40 times to stretch your spine. So spine becomes straight, then the prana can flow nice and easy, very at your own time, at your own space, all the way back up to your crown chakra, from Muladhara, Swadhisthana, solar plex, heart, throat, third eye, and the crown chakra to promote health. Lillian, I'll talk more, but I don't want to take too much time just now because a lot of people have to speak just now. But that was really excellent, and what they were doing exactly, I'm doing that automatically without knowing it. But they are more scientifically explaining to me. I'm doing it just kind of in a layman kind of word because
No, but I think it's really wonderful, and it is very much connected with what we all are talking together about the same topic of the benefits of yoga. Thank you so much, Sam. Let's welcome, as we move from United Kingdom to France, I'm really glad to welcome Anisa. Global Namaste, Anisa. It's really
Hi.
very nice
Nice to meet you. Nice to be here.
nice meeting you. And Anisa, tell us more about yourself, what you have been practicing, and how the practice of yoga has helped yourself. And also, you're going to touch base about the wake up balances of life. And your Instagram page is about wake up balances and what it is talking about. Can you tell our viewers? And then we talk about the benefits of yoga and how we can lose weight and sustain health through that. Over
Yeah,
to you. Thank you.
thank you too much. So my name is Anissa. I'm a health coach, holistic nutrition specialist, and also yoga teacher. I've been practicing yoga for quite a few years now. I started practicing Hatha yoga first and Vinyasa yoga, and then I moved on to a kind of hybrid practice of yoga using, Vinyasa yoga, Hatha yoga, also a lot of pranayama practices for me, for my students as well. And because I had a serious disease when I was 19, I had pancreatic tumor. I decided to start a whole journey around holistic health and how to balance my body to find the way to understand first the root cause of any sickness, any disease, or any imbalance in the body. And I viewed yoga back then as a way, a therapeutic way to find a solution for this imbalance that I had in my body. And I have to tell that it helped me a lot. And now I use yoga as a physical approach to wellness, but I also use it as therapeutic use for some of my students, for wellness in general, but also for weight loss, because it's all about having a very holistic approach to life and to wellness. And when you understand how your breath, your mindset, your thoughts, and your nutrition are connected, I guess you can find a real way to balance your body for a lifetime. And so this is what I want to talk about today. So
That's really nice.
I guess I've
Your
got
journey.
that's
Yes,
right,
please. Yes.
Marita?
Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think that today we have too many people who try go dieting or intense workouts or trying to look for quick fixes. Then they find themselves struggling with their weight because they have root cause disease that they have not dealt with in the first place. The reason to me is that people try to fight against their body instead of working with their body. And that's something that we all understand as we start practicing yoga and meditation and digging more into pranayama practices, for instance. And I think the greatest tools I've ever found for myself and for my students as well is the practice of yoga, because it has helped me so much understand, how nutrition is not about eating things. It's about nourishing your body and being very mindful as to what you eat on a daily basis. And I think that it's the practice of yoga and meditation and all these tools that we have, just like a toolbox that we can use anytime we need it, that can help people find the way to any symptoms that they have, any pathology that they can have. Maybe they have something, they have been struggling for with an illness or an issue for years. And when they start practicing yoga with a very mindful approach to it, it starts becoming their real medicine, right? It's a natural medicine. It's a self-care as well. And I always tell my clients, it's about imagining your body as a triangle. And in this triangle, you've got yoga for calming your body, to strengthen it as well, because to me, yoga is also a great way to align your posture, to breathe more correctly, and to get stronger, more resilient, because, practicing yoga is not just about what you're doing on the mat. It's about bringing with you the whole postures and the attitude of yoga and the philosophy in your everyday life. I mean, it's a way to be more resilient. When you're capable of understanding your body and understanding the signals, because most of the people are not really listening, then you can really change your physiology and you can change your brain as well. Your thoughts, what you think about your body. And to me, it's the best way to lose weight in a sustainable way, and losing weight for your health first, and not just, to look good. Because of course, it's all great to just look good and to feel fit and healthy. But the reason why everyone should dig into yoga practices like mindfulness, meditation, pranayama, and nutrition in a second part is because we should focus and emphasize the need for prevention before we get sick and before we have a disease that we have to go to the doctor to try to cure or to heal with medications piling up one on top of the other. So yoga is one part of my triangle. The second part of the triangle is nutrition, for fuel, for energy, because of course, the nutrient that you can bring to your body on a daily basis is a good way as well to balance your body, to balance your physiology. And then when you're capable of doing this, you can start losing weight in a very natural way, without forcing anything, without dieting, without going into restrictions, because everyone who is here today, I guess, has this notion of balance and trying to look for what is the best for us. And so if we want our body to go for longevity, for healthy aging, we need to have yoga, meditation, mindfulness on one side, and healthy eating on the other side. And healthy eating is never about restriction or dieting, right? So the path I explore with my clients is throughout this method of, mixing and bringing together the practice of yoga. I mean, the practice of postures on the mat, but also the practice of mindfulness, meditation, even if it's 5-10 minutes to start with. But it's something that everyone should try to go for, because life is so stressful, and everyone today can acknowledge that life is really busy, and it's also very some people are struggling with anxiety. And the best way to get out of this anxiety one step at a time is to start practices like meditation and pranayama, because it's really a way to bring the physiology, the body, and even, you know, the whole of soul into a state of calm and feeling good. So how to create a virtuous circle for me is to start with the practice of yoga and meditation to calm the brain and to influence your physiology in a very positive way. And some people believe that losing weight is just about restriction or trying to eat a healthier diet, you know, trying to go for more veggies on a daily basis, trying to just restrict some of the carbs or the fats from their diet. But actually, the real solution is all about understanding your body and trying to work with your body. And if we want to be able to do that, then we need to bring in some really important essential practices like pranayama and meditation. I've seen a lot of people losing weight with the way I coach them, because they have been shedding something more than pounds. They have been shedding anxiety and just understanding their body in a very different way from what they have tried to do earlier on. Not just, you know, dealing with the idea of nutrition in itself, but dealing with the body as a holistic system, you know, even the organs in the body, the liver and the stomach and, you know, the brain, everything is a system, it's systemic. So if we want to find a sustainable solution for our clients or for anyone who wants to just live a healthier and a better life, not just aging, but aging in a very healthy way, then it's all about looking at the body from a holistic approach. So it's about caring about your environment first, okay? So the toxic load, the toxin, the endocrine disruptors as well that can really impact the hormones, impact the thyroid as well. But it's also about fueling your body inside, you know, from the inside out with the nutrition in the plate and out of the plate with yoga, because yoga is also a great way to fuel your body and it helps cell regeneration. As I told you before, it's also a way to be more resilient in your everyday life, and a way to bring your body to a place that is really safe and ready to shed pounds, okay? Because most of the people, they try to lose weight for in a way that is not really sustainable. Like they don't feel safe. The body doesn't feel safe in the first place because they have all this stress load on them that is, you know, just like a burden on themselves. They have this nutrition that is not really supporting their health and supporting their needs in terms even of calories. And they are trying to do something that is completely the reverse of what the body needs. The body needs safety, needs protection. And so yoga to me is a good way to bring this into the environment and to bring this every day, you know, just like it can be 5 minutes meditation in the morning. It can be some breath work that you can do even for 2-3 minutes time just before lunch, so you can really absorb the nutrients from the food you're bringing and not just eating for the sake of it. What I see people doing in Europe especially, but also in the USA or the UK, is that people get so busy and they get so anxious and overly stressed on a daily basis that they are just eating without even having this notion of mindful eating. They don't know what they bring to their body, and they don't even think about the quality of food, okay? And it's not about bringing things that are really expensive or they are hard to find. It's about coming back to the basics with nutrient dense food like veggies and good fats like olive oil or ghee, for example, that has been used in the Ayurvedic medicine for decades on. And it's about trying to go for food that is not refined and keeping away some of the fast food that seems to be part of everyone's life today. Because in the end, what brings your body to imbalance is that you're not taking care of your anxiety or your stress, plus you're overloading yourself with stress, trying to go for strength training or cardio training that is often too intense for you when you are already overly stressed and your body needs safety and you need relaxation and you also need to be in a state of calm, because when you achieve this inner calm and inner peace, what your body is doing is that it's capable of using, going into the parasympathetic system, the system in the body, which is the system of rest and digest. And when you can digest and absorb nutrients from your food, then you don't need to overload yourself with food. You don't need to have, eating like amount of food that are too huge for you. You can just be in the moment, be in the present, and have a small amount of food that is really nutrient dense, that is of good quality, that is going to nourish your body, that is going to nourish your cells, nourish your brain, so your body can function in a much more different way. I mean, in a good way for yourself. Yes. I don't know if I still have time. Yes, it seems.
Bonsoir, bonsoir, Anissa, comment ça va?
Good, Neil.
Thank you and wonderful. You were very clear as to how and what people, the mindset is very important. Going back to basics, how wonderful. Because basics, just 200 years back, we didn't have processed food. We
No,
didn't
yeah.
have frozen foods. We didn't have many matters. And people were picking good products from their own farm. So it was organic. We didn't even have pesticides being discovered by that time. So going back to basic will always work for mind, matter, body, and soul. If you go back to basic, is good. While you are there, and predominantly you are in France, which
Yeah.
are your favorite safe fruits and vegetables that you eat daily?
Sorry, I guess I didn't hear the beginning of your question. Sorry.
I said, while you are there in France,
Yeah.
which are your favorite
Oh,
fruits and vegetables that you eat daily, which are good for body function and general weight maintenance?
oh, yeah, good. So I think the first thing to start with is leafy greens, because leafy greens are rich in chlorophyll and they are rich in every nutrient that the body needs to function correctly. Plus, it's low calories. So the first thing, if you want to go for a low calorie diet, is not about having shakers and bars and all that stuff that is completely BS and completely destroying your health and balance. It's just about trying to go for food that would be rich in fibers and rich in good fats. So you get this sensation of satiety quickly. So you can also go for nuts. I really enjoy every type of nuts, like almonds and cashew nuts and pecans. And all these nuts are really important for the right functioning of your brain and your cells. And it's going to bring you energy that is sustainable as well. What I enjoy eating as well is eggs, because
Yes,
eggs are they are high in cholesterol, but the cholesterol, people have been debating cholesterol for decades, but
yes.
every decade we've got a new something that we want to accuse it for, the
Eggs, eggs,
demonizing. We've
eggs
been
are good. Eggs
demonizing.
are good because they are protein rich, which is
Yeah,
Very simple. You mentioned leafy greens and greens. For those people listening to on a YouTube and a Facebook, any greens that you eat, even 1 kilogram is only 380 calories on average, 1 whole kilogram. So you
Yeah.
can eat them. Don't go crazy. Don't eat a kilogram. Maybe do a mixture. Do a rainbow, carrots and greens and red cabbage and avocado is high calorie but very good fats. And Anissa mentioned nuts. They are very good for the mood. On average, 100 gram is 600 calories. So be careful. Have it twice a day, 50 grams. So if you do it 25 times 2 grams, that's only 300 calories. They're good for us. Anissa, thank you very much. It
My
was
pleasure.
wonderful.
My pleasure. Thank you, everyone. If you
Stay
have any
around here.
questions to ask me, I would be glad to answer every questions.
Stay
Thank you.
around here, and we are going to move to Kevin. And Kevin today is going to help us how to meditate. And in so doing, you build confidence. So Kevin is a confidence builder. If you lack confidence, then Kevin is the person to go to. And isn't that right, Amrita? Over to you and welcome, Kevin.
Hello.
Thank you, Neil Kumar.
Hello.
Global namaste. Namaste, Kevin.
Thank you. Well, what can I say? Sunday afternoon, and here I am talking to you from around the globe about confidence. I think what really inspired me was when I was talking to a friend of mine that you know called Sarah Mills, and I've been working on it quite a bit with Sarah, and she sort of knows what I'm like, know how I help people, and how passionate I am about confidence. But I also talk about the fact that I got into meditation, hypnotherapy probably over 30 years ago. Yeah, I know I don't look that old, but I am. Lots of filters on today. That helps give you confidence. It's something else, another little tip for you. And one of the things I always find is I've sort of entitled today as a little bit of a how I see how meditation can help you with your confidence. And I've called this stillness to strength and how we can build confidence through the stillness and the understanding of our mind and having peace in our mind. So, just to put you in the picture, I've been a coach professionally for probably 10 years now. But prior to that, I worked for a large PLC and was a director of a large PLC. And I went through the burnout and I went through a process of starting off in the warehouse and growing from 17 to the time I was 30 to be a director, and then the time I was 40, a main board director of a large PLC. And what happened was I was the guy back in the 80s and the 90s where they sort of said, just do this, just do that. We don't really understand HR. We don't really understand how we work with people. You just got the job because you were the next in line and you probably were a bit of a yes man. So I started to understand, and from this had a bit of a breakdown in my very early 30s, and I had a problem with my marriage at the time. And I got into hypnotherapy, which in turn, and I'll talk a little bit more about the link between the two, got me more involved with meditating to overcome my problems. And from this, I found that dealing with people when I was calmer gave them confidence in me. And I think that's what helped me get promoted up the ladder, as it were, from warehouse to boardroom, because I could very quickly calm people down in situations that worked in warehouses, that worked in sales. I could bring people together. And that was a way of communicating. And I believe those skills came from when I went inside myself with my own inner peace. I hope that sort of makes sense. So I think a lot of people consider that confidence is about being louder, being bolder, and being braver. I don't believe bravado is a form of confidence. I think bravado is a form of poor preparation, often bullying people. And true confidence starts from within yourself. And that means that confidence starts in the most quietest place you could probably find if you find it. And that is inside your mind. That's where it starts. So when I first began working with people on their confidence, I found out the quickest way for me to establish what sort of poked them a little bit and whether people were carrot or whether people were stick. because I could tell some people needed an arm round and a thank you, as we used to call it, the slightly rude word for the sandwich, where we've got the two slices of nice bread in the little bit in the middle where we give them the what they don't want to hear, but we come out of it. And you've got other people which you just had to shout at and you had to bash with a big stick, and they preferred that way. And once I'd found out that how I could use my mind to work out the type of person I was dealing with, I got more respect. They had confidence in me as a leader. So I like to teach these things that I learnt. And I then went on and studied, became a master NLP, did all the sorts of life coaching, CBT for anxiety. And all of this was started by my quest to help myself. I'm 63 years of age now, so it was over 30 years ago. And it's that quest which still stays with me, and I still meditate daily. So when I first began working with these people, I noticed something powerful. And the people who struggled the most aren't the people that's lacking in talent. They're not lacking in intelligence, and they're certainly not lacking in ability. What they struggled with was the noise inside their head, the doubts, their inner critic, and the constant chatter. And that's where meditation comes in. Because stillness is not empty, but stillness is where we meet ourselves, and that's where I believe true confidence begins. So why meditation builds confidence? Let's talk about why I think it's essential, and all my clients, I get them very early on into some form of affirmation, in sort of the form of meditation, whether or not I call it that or not, whether I use some sort of suggestive language with them, get them to do a morning routine. But I find once they get into the habit of meditating and they're doing it right. The key is that they do it, like I said, it's the carrot or the stick. Some people don't know themselves whether they like a carrot dangling in front of them as an incentive, and some people don't know whether they like the stick. Personally, I was the one that if I'd done something wrong, I didn't mind being told off, but I also wanted a pat on the back for at least trying, or an explanation of where I'd got it wrong in business. So I was always intrigued. Some people will just stick the fingers up at you and say, I'm off, because they're not spoken to in this way from within by themselves or by the person that's speaking to them. So most of us think nerves or self-doubt are flaws in our personality, but they're not. They're the product of overthinking triggered by our bodies and stress responses. Flight or fears and flight, as we call it, fight or flight. They're all based because of the way that we talk to ourselves and we talk to ourselves inside. One of the great examples I use with this is, if somebody's heard it, and I would say, when you're if you're in a building having a meeting, if we were all in the same building, the fire alarm went off, half the people, both people would head out of the door, but half the people would be running towards safety and half the people will be running away from danger. Both have the same outcome, but the people that's, when I ask that question, the people that are easy to work with are the people that's actually running towards their safety and not running away from danger. And it's the same when we meditate. If we meditate in a positive way, we're running towards success. We're running towards safety. We're running towards things to help ourselves. If our constant critic is the opposite way round, we see everything as danger and we have to get away from danger. Does that make sense to anybody? If I'm going a bit quick, I get excited. Okay. I'm all arms and hands and body language. So that's why I think it matters. And then if we meditate and we understand this, this is where confidence, which seems miles away, can get away from our shaky voice, and it solves the problem at source. It proves whether we are running away from or running towards something. And once we can establish that, I establish that with a client, I'm halfway there. Halfway there to finding out what their confidence issues are. Because 9 times out of 10, what they think is their problem with confidence is not their problem. They come to me and say, I'm self-sabotaging. They come to me and say, I'm procrastinating over doing something. They're not. 80% of time, when I get to the bottom, it's because they were given a tea towel at 5 years of age and told to put it round the head and stand at the back because they aren't good enough to play the kings and the wise men. It's wear a tea towel, stand at the back and be a shepherd. And at 5 years of age, to many people, that is the first experience they get of being in public, and that shatters their whole confidence. I get this out of them by talking to them in a way, and they suddenly realize that that is probably the reason why they're shy, why are they nervous, why they don't put their hands up to go forward with confidence. And it's often not when they think I'm always self-sabotaging myself. I procrastinate over that. I've got imposter syndrome. I don't think I can do it. And everybody puts themselves with a tag these days. I don't know if you all agree with that. You know, a lot of the younger people today have to have a tag. And if they've got a tag from Dr. Google and Dr. Google has given them this tag, then they think, I know what my problem is. It's not lacking of confidence. It's not lacking ability. It's not my limiting beliefs. And I say, let me tell you this, limiting belief. The word belief has a 3-letter word in the middle of it. Do you want to tell me what that 3-letter word is? Lie. Okay? And I tell them they're telling themselves a lie. So when we meditate, we build the scripts, and I'll talk about how I do that with them in a moment, so that they're not telling themselves lies. So they deal with calmness from chaos. They're not running away from anything. They're running towards something, and they're looking forward and they're excited. And this is where meditation is a massive part of what I do with people, because it starts at the source. Meditation goes into your nervous system. It lowers your cholesterol, slows the heart rate, it steadies your breath. It's like almost like pressing a reset button. Your confidence reset button is how I like to call it, the way that we can then build on it. So why does it matter? It matters because confidence is built in the moment that we're standing on a stage. Whether we're going for an interview, whether we're going on a date, all these things rely on how we feel before we get there because of the way we're going to react. 9 times out of 10, we've already talked ourselves into what's going to happen in a running away from and not in a running towards way. So when we meditate, we train yourself to have pressure, deal with the pressure, deal with calm, and turn the calm into confidence. And if you've got confidence, I believe you take that in anything you want in life and in your business. Does anybody here know what the word confidence, where it comes from, by the way? Okay. So does anybody here speak Latin? Good, because my pronunciation is not very good. And basically, the word for confidence in Latin is fidentia. And if anybody knows con means with. I'm a musician. I'm a musician all my life, played in orchestras. And we used to have a guide, Italian guide, you'd say, con amore, with passion, with passion. Well, with fidentia means with trust, because fidentia means trust. So the word confidence is built meaning with trust. So if we don't start with ourselves and trust ourselves, we're never going to trust anybody else. And that's the way to get yourself to accept that trust, to me, is by meditating. Now, we all know meditation's been around for thousands of years, used to build courage and clarity. Samurai warriors before they went into battle, monks repeated mantras to strengthen their minds against fear. And today we come across, I love when I hear people like Oprah Winfrey, and she talks about how meditation's helped her. Hugh Jackman, he practices transcendental meditation every day, says it overcomes his stage fright, which he still gets. You'd think these international stars wouldn't get it. They still get it. You know, I talk a lot about people like Jonathan Ross, if anybody knows Jonathan Ross. He's a TV presenter in England that can't speak with his R's, and he rolls his R's. He's a very famous guy. And he overcame the fact that he was short-tongued and couldn't project his R's by making sure he wrote into his opening lines of his script everything beginning with an R, so he got it out of the way, and people now accept him for it. So he trusts in that and doesn't mind that he's got this deficiency, or deficiency is probably the wrong word, this the defect with his speech. I've got Bill Gates. Bill Gates constantly talks about how meditating helped him through the tough times of making strong boardroom decisions. He probably knew the decisions, it just gave him the confidence to go ahead with it. Keanu Reeves is well known for his meditation, and he's just Mr. Cool. So different types of meditation. Most of you on here will know. I quite like the Vedic style meditation, which is a form of mantra, but I've also used transcendental, just breath work or visualization. Whichever way to, this is more to help people to get started, because most of my clients understand it but have never come across it. But here's the real truth. It doesn't really matter which format you want to use when you're starting out. Because a lot of my friends, I would ask them, "Did you meditate?" They just, "Oh, it's just a religious mumbo jumbo." And I did, no, 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 no. But that's what they think it is. So many people think that's what they see and what they don't. They don't actually. That's why I like to use the film stars, presidents, people, examples of people that use it, because they suddenly go, "Oh, actually, I might secretly try that and see what it's like. If it works for them, it's going to work for me." Now, one thing I particularly like is I can write scripts for meditations as I would for self-hypnosis. The best way I like to think of it as is you should record your own voice. Write your own short script, even if it's your 2-word mantra, but record it as your own voice. Number one is because we don't like to listen and we have a fear of our own voice. And trust me, the more you listen to your own voice, the more you overcome it and it gains confidence. It's a win-win. And the second one is it often stops the chatter because you can't listen to yourself twice. Where if you're listening to somebody else or you're trying to concentrate on a word, 2 words or 3 words, whatever your mantra is, it's very difficult to focus on other things that aren't going on. Somehow, and this has always worked for me, when I record my versions in my own voice, even I've got some Dr. Joe Dispenza, which probably most of you are aware about, and he does some lovely early morning ones. I've done a transcript and I've recorded it myself, just changing bits of it, and I've recorded that myself, and I'll use that in the morning because I'll add my little bits in and take my bits out. So I think that training yourself to get used to your own verse, your own voice, helps you with beliefs and gets rid of doubts. And that's ultimately what meditation to me is about.
And Kevin, you have done very well. You've gained so much confidence and you have practiced it on yourself, which is so beautiful.
Yeah.
So we'll take a couple of questions here because we
Okay.
need to move on
Oh,
to
right. Okay.
Melissa.
Could do another 40 minutes on the inner voice if you want. I haven't even
Yes,
got.
Kevin.
I'm only
Yeah.
joking, but
Yes.
hopefully you've got something out of that. So if anybody's got any questions,
Yes, yes, Kevin, we will have you in another session.
okay.
Own voice is very important. If you can resonate with your own voice, confidence comes. Never be scared generally because you need to start with positive note. So, Kevin, when you were suddenly thrown into this deep end from your company where there were no regulations, nothing to monitor, and you gained your confidence from there, from that moment to today, have you seen the growth in yourself?
I've seen a massive growth in myself. It's due to quite a few things, whether it be some health issues or relationship problems I've had over the years. I've always found that meditating makes me stronger, brings me out, which is why now I might not earn a quarter of the money I was earning 20 years ago, but the pleasure I get from seeing a client achieve something. Very quick example, I've got an airline pilot that was, what do you call it, suspended. He was sort of put on, not a report, due to an illness. He was not allowed to fly for 8 months. It was basically because of do with anxiety problems he had. And I worked out with him individually that because when he got in an aeroplane, his disciplines were different to how he was running his life. And he had a checklist every time he got in a plane, you know, when they talked to the second guy. So I wrote him with him a checklist for a meditation every morning. as if it was a flight thing that he did. Within the space of 3 weeks, he went back after 8 months. He's flying again now up there. His life has changed. He's dealt with everything he wanted to deal with because he realized that he didn't have a problem when he was in the cockpit of a plane because he'd been taught by people, this is the procedure, you are safe up there. But he wasn't safe in his own life.
In his own environment.
In his own environment. So if I
Yeah.
put his life into his environment, which he was good at, and said, let's write a flight list out, checklist. We do this when we get up in the morning. We do morning routine. Check, check. And he had it. We got it on his phone, on the front cover of his phone. So every morning, the first thing he did was see a checklist of what he had to do, his morning routine, and how to deal with anxiety, and and just the way that worked for him changed it. He took control of his life, went back, passed the medical, signed off from the doctor, and was flying again within a month of working with me.
So what Kevin is saying, that what may seem a problem to you, bring it to Kevin. To him, it's an opportunity to find a solution. And in a life, that is what it is. Don't treat everything as a problem. Be lucky that Almighty has given you an opportunity to find a solution. Kevin is his own proof. He went through a turbulent time in personal relationship, and time has healed him. And look at him now, glowing with the skin, and he is happy. So to gain confidence, remember, for every dark night, following morning, a day has to come to fruition. It may be cloudy, it may be dark, but there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. Anakul, your point on David, quick one. And before we go to Melissa, Melissa is enjoying herself, and Amrita as well. Let's bring in Melissa too. Anukul, your point?
What a set of beautiful talks that we have received from everybody. It's amazing because I will be able to use it on my, to be able to communicate with my patients very well. And a question for Kevin, if I can ask, is how do you, many of the people over here, particularly younger generation people, often feel pride in giving themselves a diagnostic label related to some mental health issue. And I often wonder that is it kind of turning out to be a diseased society? They're all the time keen in trying to have a diagnostic label and finding out means of saying, I cannot do this because I'm XYZ.
Yep.
That's one.
Yep.
And number two is some of them just lock themselves up. I would say sometimes they're narcissistic, very opinionated, that government is not doing this, government is not doing that. At the same time, they will not take any initiative to take any action. They'll stay themselves inside and not communicate to anybody. And they'll say, nobody talks to me, so I stay at self and all alone by myself. And they go through that internal talk. How do you manage these people, and how do you think my ideas are reasonable in my thoughts?
I first of all couldn't agree with you more about the labels. I actually turn the labels around and say when they say that they're self-sabotaging or their imposter syndrome, I put it back to basics. If somebody says, "Oh, I procrastinate," I says, "You don't procrastinate, you're lazy." And they look at me and say, "You can't say that." I said, "I am. You're lazy. What we need to do is stop you being lazy and you won't procrastinate." I said, "I'm not going to go at you. It's fact, isn't it? You won't call yourself lazy, but you'll call yourself procrastinating." So I need to change. I need to flip it, basically. I need to put the negative to positive. And the one thing with the inner critic, I have a saying, which I think is an old Buddhist word, which I changed, made it a bit my own. And when I get the chatter in the morning, when I wake up and I try and I meditate, and I have my same bit that I start with, nobody needs anything, nobody wants anything, there's no rules, there's no regulations. I go through all that, being the present in my head before I start going through my mantras. If the inner critic creeps in, I immediately say to myself, what's my next positive thought? What's my next positive thought? As soon as I know I'm being negative, I have to change the narrative. I have to switch off and start say, even if I have to say it 12 times, and I would say to anybody, as soon as they say, I've got this, I would say, repeat straight away to me. Repeat. What's my next positive thought? Tell me what your next positive thought is. And they look at me. I said, what's your next positive thought? And I repeat it until they actually say, well, I'm going to take the dog for a walk afterwards and the weather's quite nice. I said, right, okay. What are you going to be wearing when you go and do that? And we have to change that around. And I get them to use that. So I always say, what's my next positive thought? Best tip I could give anybody. I do it when I'm driving. and somebody annoys me, and again, that everybody gets that bit of rose rage. I go, "What's my next positive thought? How's this going to react? What's my next?" And I'm still cursing them under my skin or apologising because I'm popping my horn. But I have learned to get over that by using that phrase myself. So there you go. There's my free little tip for you all. What's your next positive thought?
Thank you, Amrita. Let's bring in Melissa. Kevin, well done. Keep
Thank
on
you all.
gaining your confidence, and you have shown to the earth there is a light at the end of the tunnel if you are patient and ready to look for it. Thank you.
Yeah, head towards it, not away from it. Thank you.
Absolutely. It is knowing which direction to bolt to. And remember, choosing a direction can bring fruition to your life. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank
Amrita,
you,
over to
Kevin. Thank you
you.
so much. Thank you,
Let's
Neil
bring
Kumar.
in.
Kevin, it's been a very fantastic talk. In fact, Anisa, Kevin, and I look forward to Melissa as well with Heather and Rena. All have put up so brilliant feathers to the perspective of today's topic of yoga and meditation. And I very well align with the thoughts of Dr. Anukul when patients come to me. And I was thinking the same thing, that yes, a negative statement and a tagline to yourself, I am like this. And then Kevin has given a very good answer to that, which I also follow in so many ways. But before we discuss further, and we'll be taking up panel discussions very soon, it's time to move from the meditation to an unconditional love. And I'm really fondly welcoming Melissa. I think, Melissa, you have been enjoying the sessions from the very beginning, and I'm
yes, absolutely.
watching
And
you.
global namaste.
Global namaste, and a very
Love
warm
it.
welcome to you, Melissa. And I was just thinking about, my God, like the way your perspective to align things and to know about things and to see the things, and the topic of today is so beautiful in line with all the talks that we have been doing for the past one hour or more. And in that, knowing about your six senses, meditating and thinking about unconditional love. And there's so much of talk about unconditional love. But before I ask you to share all that, can you please tell our viewers about you yourself, what you have been doing, what has your journey been personally, and how you ended up into this field? And more important after that, what is love and how we can develop that love? Over to you. Thank you so much.
Oh, well, what is love? That's the thing, isn't it? Because everybody's been singing about it or writing about it. And it's love is just something that you feel. It's
Yeah.
unconditional. It has no limitations. You just put it
Mm.
out there all of the time. But the thing is, we don't absorb it. We forget that we're entitled to have that as well. For me, I am a psychic medium and a Reiki master, and I've used this as tools to help people understand the traumas that they've been through, why these things have happened, and then they can use them as a tool to help other people avoid all of this, to be aware of their surroundings, of people around them, of their own feelings. So, um, I went out earlier on and I got a pine cone. And I noticed that on one side it was very bubbly, really high, and then the other side was quite smooth. And I'm thinking, this is the way we are. We can be prickly, but then we can be so loving. And it's finding that inner balance between the two. So I wanted to connect everybody with themselves, with the universe, and with everybody else. And it's like being in this pine cone. In the middle of it, there's a stalk there. It was a seed and it's grown into something beautiful. And then now all of a sudden, everything is opened up. And I feel that from the time of COVID, even though everything came in, it was the point of being that seed where everybody reconnected through Zoom all over the world. And then all of a sudden, when we were allowed to play back out again, feeling quite safe, that we became overwhelmed by all of this stuff that we get to see. And the world is at war with itself, with each other. And it's because we're becoming more aware. But what I want to do with this meditation is help people not be overwhelmed by it and actually allow themselves to see that what is happening for a greater good. And even though it's tragic, something beautiful is going to come out of it at the end of it. So I'm going to do a meditation for you guys. And I've called this the Mountain of Gaia. And it's all about reconnecting with the universe, with the animal kingdom, the plant kingdom, with yourself, with everybody. So I would just like you to, rather than sit in that straight position, I just want you to sit back and relax. You know, just let your body sag. Be part of the settee, be part of the chair, be part of everything around you. I'd just like you to close your eyes as well and just take in a nice deep breath in. And then slowly breathe out. I want you to allow your body to soften. And with each breath, feel yourself arriving more fully in the here and now. So before you stands a majestic grassy mountain, green and inviting. And at your feet lies a large Hessian sack. Pick it up. Feel the fabric beneath your fingers, the crisscross texture, the weight of it in your hands. Does it feel light and smooth or heavy and coarse? Whichever, this sack is here for you. It will hold all of your burdens, the worries and the memories that no longer serve you. So begin now to place them inside the sack. One by one, let them go. Fill the sack until it's brimming to the top. And then when you're ready, fold the fabric over and seal it with a gentle kiss. This is the part of you. This is love. There's no hate, no remorse, no regret, just unconditional love. With the sack at your side, bring your gentle walk up the mountain. Step by step, feel the earth beneath your feet. Each step grounds you deeper into the present. Your body feels steady, strong, alive. And at last, you reach the top. At the mountain's peak, lift your eyes to the horizon. Perhaps it's morning, the sun rising in a golden glow, warming the land and filling you with fresh light. Or perhaps it's even evening, the sun setting, making way for the stars to sparkle across a deep velvet sky, the moon shining in her fullness. Notice what you see. Notice how you feel. Are you inspired and bright? Or calm, open, and connected to mystery? Look further out across the land below. Do you see rolling green fields, trees heavy with fruits and berries? Or perhaps villages alive with people smiling, laughing, celebrating life? Notice with each vision your heart connects with most. Now listen. Above you, birds fly freely, their songs echoing in the sky. Below, animals call to one another. Their voices rising in the rhythm of life. Notice which sounds most part of you, the soaring freedom of the skies or the ground harmony of the earth below. A soft breeze drifts across the mountaintop. Take a slow breath in. What do you smell in the air? Perhaps it's fresh and salty, carrying whispers of the ocean, or maybe warm and earthy with the scent of sun-baked grass or pine carried across the wind. As you breathe in, notice how it moves through you. Does it cleanse and lighten you? Or does it invite you to release something more? Something still waiting to let go? Beside you rests a basket of fruits, berries, and vegetables. Your body, after the climb, feels ready to be nourished. Pick what calls to you. Perhaps the vegetables, full of the goodness of the soil, grounding you in the energy of the earth. And perhaps the fruits and berries, sweet, vibrant, their seeds carrying the promise of new beginnings. Taste slowly. Let the nourishment fill your body, bringing energy, strength, and renewal. And now, one more sense awakens. Your connection to love itself. You notice someone sitting beside you, someone that you love dearly, a soul that has passed on, yet who continues to watch over you with deep fondness and unconditional love. Allow yourself to sit with them. Feel their presence, their warmth, their care surrounding you. Perhaps they have a message for you. Let their words, spoken or unspoken, take root in your heart. And when you are ready, breathe deeply and feel their arms wrap around you in a loving embrace. This is not goodbye, only another hello. But now it's time to return. You may choose to walk slowly down the hill, each step filled with gratitude and connection, or you may wish to run with the wind, free, unburdened, and alive. Whichever way you return yourself once again at the base of the mountain. Take a final deep breath in and slowly exhale. Stretch your arms and legs, tap your fingers and toes. And when you are ready, gently open your eyes, carrying with you the deep connection, the nourishment and possibilities that are now open before you. Good, I hope you feel okay. Sometimes I just feel that we forget to just stop in that moment and take awareness of a pine cone, take awareness of what things smell like, how things feel, even if it's our clothes. We forget to reconnect, that everything within us is connected to each other. It's like when you're thinking about somebody, then all of a sudden they'll ring you. And that's the connection that you have with them. We forget that we have this telekinesis with somebody. It's a natural part of who we are. It's our sixth sense. But this sixth sense can connect us and make amazing things happen in the world, as long as we stay in that positive mindset. And like Kevin said before, you flip that conversation over, that negativity to positivity. But there has to be both. We have to have the negative to understand the solution to bring the positive in. And when we have that connection with ourselves, when we learn to trust in our heart, in our feelings, then we can make amazing things happen. I want you to think today from this meditation, whatever that person had said to you, what can you do that's positive to make them feel proud and you to feel that within your heart as well? Because at the end of the day, love will always be here. Yes, our loved ones pass on, our pets, they pass on as well. We will eventually pass on, but we're still all connected. This is just a physical form of each passing moment. Whatever we've done in the past has gone. There's no regrets. There's only opportunities to keep doing positive things in my life. The future hasn't happened yet. It's a vision of what we want to achieve in life. But if we stay present, that is the gift of love, because we can make anything happen as long as we trust in us, as long as we trust in love and trust in the feelings that we get. So next time when you walk in a room and you don't feel good about being in that room, trust those feelings. That is love telling you that you should not be in that room. Yeah, you need to be somewhere else. You don't want to live in regret where it says, I wish I'd never done that now. I wish I trust myself. But if you go in a room where you just feel absolutely amazing, and all these people come up to you saying, I can't wait to see, I've been waiting for you. But then you say, actually, I've been waiting to see you. because you're not putting yourself first, you're putting yourself with somebody together. We're allowing ourselves to be connected, allow ourselves to trust and love. So there you go. Sending you guys so much love. I think that was 15 minutes. Has anybody any questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
There are many times as a doctor when we are seeing patients, and particularly when they have had lots of various kind of treatment under various doctors, and they are obviously within the NHS systems and things like that. Sometimes they're very frustrated with the delays, this thing and that thing. So obviously they tend to blow up. And how do you manage to turn them around? Because many of these people might be coming to you when they are already at the point they know that they need the help. But here it is where a particular person is generally frustrated with everything. Do you turn them around? What type of dialogue do you use for them?
I try. I mean, it's weird because I can speak in the same languages that they can, and I'm not educated at all, right? I've learned through experience, and I work on a Friday at the Age UK, where there's a lot of people who have dementia, and there was one lady who was saying weirdly, because we were talking about this earlier on, she had all these problems in her upper spine, as if she had scoliosis. And I've wrote some notes down actually, because I want to look into it and give her this information back. And I'd said to her, because her appointments kept on getting swapped all the time and stopped. And it's been a year now, which is far too long. And I said, but have you asked why? No, what's the point? I says, well, when you ask why, I says, then you can do other things to find out what you can do to help yourself. We're putting ourselves in a position where we wait until there is something wrong before we go and see the doctor. And I always see myself as the last resort. And we shouldn't be. We should never put ourselves in that position. We can avoid things by being more aware. So if it was somebody who come up to us and said that, question why. Because unless you know why, you're just going to get in your head and you're just going to start overthinking things and you get in that negative mindset and you can't find a way out because you're spiraling down all the time. But it gets to the point where, unfortunately, you either take your life or you ask for help. So my answer to that is ask why. I hope that makes sense.
That's right.
Lisa, what do you think as a Reiki healer? How can people benefit by knowing about Reiki, and how do you heal people through Reiki?
Well, I refuse to be part of the Reiki Federation. And the reason why is that, yes, it's an organization that recognizes people who have done all the courses. And I mean, I've done the courses, but I just don't see that they can actually offer anything that is regulated, because everybody is a different healer. Everybody has a different unique gift. I mean, for me, I have removed blood clots from people. I don't advertise this, obviously. A friend of mine, a year and a half ago, she had a really bad infection, and I think it was in a hip joint, and this infection went to her heart, and there was 5 days where she was getting MRI scans every day. And her mum had come to her, she says, I'm really worried. I know you can help. Again, last resort. So I had focused on her heart chakra, and I found that there was a lump like that. And I just gently cut around it and just lifted it out and then packed it in with unconditional love. The next day, she went for an next MRI scan, and they said, we don't know what you've been doing, but whatever this was, it's not there. And they showed her the scans, the MRI scans, that was there for the 5 days, and all of a sudden it just disappeared. You have to believe in what you are doing. If you don't believe it like 100%, then it's not going to work. You're just packing it up, and then you're not allowing them to trust in what you've done. You have to educate them afterwards as well. with this same person with a bones in a hip joint. They said that they would have to, I think it was like seal them some way they were going to seal them because the bone was just crumbling away. And I remember, I think it's like the Chinese and the Japanese with the cup and the gold. And I just imagined this gold liquid energy going through her hip joint. And then it was a few weeks after she had to have an appointment, another scan. And I had just had gone with her. It was the first time anybody gone with her. She'd been seeing all these appointments by herself for a year. And I went to the shop to go and get some snacky snacks, thinking she was going to be away for ages. And when I come back, she was sitting on her own. And I thought, oh my God, I've left on her own. I said, I'm so sorry. I said, I didn't mean to leave you there. I says, being so upset. And she says, what have you done? And I says, well, I've just bought some snacks. She says, no, what have you done to me? She says, because I've just said it's a miracle that the bones are actually rejoining again. She says that they were going to fuse it together. She says, but they don't need it because the bones are starting to grow together again. And it's because you have this belief system. You can call it Reiki, you can call it energy healing. It's part of you. Whatever is in here and you believe it, then you can pass it on just as easily as you can pass hatred onto somebody. So you move away from that. You keep that love in your heart and you give it to people. And eventually it will seep through and it will come out in a different way, in a more positive way.
Brilliant, Melissa. Karma says what you give suddenly comes back sometimes. So keep on giving good and hopefully you keep on getting good as well. Melissa, stay around. Thank you to Sarah Mills for bringing a lot of different people to our family. You are also part of Healing Our Earth now directly. Amrita will be in touch with you. Next week, we are bringing Glow Women, women's self-care. Let's bring on matters that empowers women to love each other and share the knowledge. And Sam in Scotland, get ready. We are coming to you. And before that, let's welcome Kit Sharp, who is our Tai Chi and a Qigong lead here at Healing Our Earth. And a global namaste to you. Kit, how are you?
Very well, thank you. And
Global
global
namaste,
namaste
Keith.
to all the presenters and to the lady that keeps me involved and Rita sending me information, and I love that and pleased to be with you again. I only have a short time, so when I can fit in for 5 minutes after Sam. Hello, Sam.
Namaste, namaste.
That would be very pleasant because I got a couple of updates to announce. Okay, thank you very much.
Perfect, Kit. Roughly at about 24 past 4, we'll bring you back in 24 plus 4 plus VAT because Sam believes in VAT as well. And we'll go from there. Sam, perfect time to rock you, Melissa, Anakul, Keith as well. Yoga and meditation. You are a very good yoga guru. You run sessions almost every day on Facebook Live. You do it in person. You got a wonderful island up there in Scotland, which is a yoga retreat as well. Some point from next year, we all want to use it. This year, you're going to support Amrita and Shubha in there in Himachal Pradesh, where there is going to be a super retreat end of October, I believe, the last 4 days of October and the first day of November, which is perfect to do with chakra and air. And what a perfect backdrop Himachal Pradesh is. Dalai Lama's abode is what I say Dharamshala is. And Amrita is actually from Himachal Pradesh. She's a party girl, so she knows how to live like a party as well. And so that's going to be very good. Anakul is supporting. Heather wants from Israel to start and Rena. So let's all support them. They're all in-house people. Amrita, a good time for us to share and a chit chat with Sam. Let's leave Sam on his own for about 10 minutes. And then again, we have a multi chit chat. So over to Amrita and Sam.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. Thank you, Melissa. Stay around. It's always lovely to have so many nice people to talk about, and a special thanks to Sarah. Global Namaste, Sam, once again.
Namaste.
Sam, you have been practicing yoga since so many years, and you offer retreats, you teach people about yoga, what have you found by your own self in the journey of yoga as you have been practicing? And what are the common things that you would like to point out for people practicing yoga? Over to you.
First, I'd like to bring back what Anissa from France talked about losing weight. I've lost about 25 kilos in 6 months.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Gradually, not very quickly. Not just yoga, it's through electrolyte, eating daily, fresh food wise, not chemical wise. Eating protein yogurt with high protein, all the blueberries, strawberry, spinach, put that in the juicer and drink it like a pulp, not juicer, but like a pulp, and drink that every morning with coconut water in it or pomegranate juice, things like that. That itself. And second was nitric oxide. That all increases nitric oxide, which increases your flow, and that itself makes you lose energy, goes to your prana, goes to all the organs, energizes you, and helps you to lose weight.
That's lovely. And then
also
after
my
that,
yoga,
I've also seen that you hug the trees and you get the energy from the
that's it,
trees.
that's it. And that's what that's going to talk about today. That's what we're talking about today. But I'm just going to say how, and also it's all about prana. Yoga meditation for body, mind, and soul. What mind thinks, body delivers. Right? You have two kinds of mind, conscious mind and subconscious mind. Once you connect with your, once you learn to control your mind through breath, breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Then you learn to connect with your soul. Once you connect with your soul, you find the God within you. Body tries to heal itself. Body knows how to heal itself. You don't need Reiki, you don't need anything else. You can heal yourself as you let the body heal itself naturally. As long as you create the right condition, right environment, right amount of all the nutrients and oxygen, everything body needs to heal itself. But the prana need to flow freely throughout the body. If the blockage, it doesn't work. That's why all my yoga classes, I try to open up to the hand, neck exercise, leg exercise, to open all the chakras, all the Muladhara, Swadhisthana, solar plexus, the prana can flow freely. That's what I found helped me to do all those things properly. But one thing I found recently now is, I've been working on nature. Your body is like an electric car. It's got battery, but battery has no charges now, so car can't go. So you have to plug in somewhere. So where do you plug in? Where do you plug in the body to get charged? You need prana. Prana comes from three sources: food and water, we all do all the time, breath, and the nature. Today I'm talking more about nature, but food and water, you get less than quarter prana. More than 50% comes from breath. When you breathe in, universal energy, prana enters your body and energizes you and promotes good health. The rest comes from nature. The prana need to flow freely for you to promote health. That makes sense? That's how body heals itself. Otherwise, it can't heal. That's why we say, I'm taking the whole world in my shoulder. That's why you have frozen, your blockage in the shoulder. That's why you have frozen shoulder, things like that. So you're trying to open up all the energy channels. It's very important to clear the things. So Lily, today I'm going to talk about the connecting with nature. So really what I found, well, I lost weight also. One of the main things was you have to earth yourself. How do I charge my body? I plug into a massive earth, which is a big electron. Isn't it? That charges my body through walking bare feet, walk on the beach, close to, ideally in the water, or on the grass, especially covered with dew, or hug a tree. When you hug a tree, earth is rooted. So through the earth, other is like a mother earth, we call it. Like mother kam kya hai? Like I can tell you, if a mother son has some problem, if somebody's going to hit him, or he's going to have an accident, mother can feel it. That's what the connections are. That's what Melissa was talking about before a few minutes ago. There's a connection between the soul. Mother can always, that's why Mother Earth is there to heal you. So once you connect with Earth, it's healing you, energizing you, taking your emotions away, negative, and gives you all the positive. Grounding and earthing allows the Earth negative electron to migrate into your body, which in turn neutralizes free radicals created by injury or chronic inflammation and help you to improve circulation, good sleep, reduce stress, and any pain in the body, even arthritis, anything at all. And you decrease the amount of adrenal gland, which prepares you for fight and flight response to stress or danger, as well as scores of depression, fatigue, anxiety, confusion, they all reduces. People about their connection to the outdoor feel happier, feel healthier, more productive when they are in nature. To really think of taking not all the vitamin, think of taking vitamin G. Vitamin G, G for God. What was that? That's the connecting with ground. That's vitamin. Once you take that, once you know how to connect with your grounding, automatically your body starts becoming healthier. Mother Earth is there to heal you. And what happens is nature recharges your emotion, physical, and spiritual, and charge your battery. Then body can, the body dies once you charge the battery by getting prana, body comes alive. When baby is born, it borns in mother womb with the soul, but it charges with mother's battery. Mother's prana keeps the baby alive in the stomach. Agreed? When it comes out, when you cut the cord, what baby does? First makes a fist, that's Adimudra. That opens up the airways and upper part of the lung, and baby goes, as he breathes in, the prana enters the body, and baby starts crying. That's what keeps the body alive. Connects body and soul together like super glue. If prana goes, soul goes, Ram Nam Satya hai, my body dies. Does that make sense? So that's why prana plays a very, that's why I find that helped me. Yoga, if you can do yoga, do everything. But if you have a blockage, if you have a, if you have, don't have a prana, then you won't come alive. You need prana for everything. Chi, energy. China call it chi. In world they call it universal energy. You can call it what you like. They all play, but it's really charging your battery is very important. If you be just like a toy without the battery is no good. If you give to your son, your grandson, I give my grandson a toy, no battery, he'll say, oh, it's not working. How does it work? So I need to put the battery to give him a charge. And that's why the body is like that. Body needs a charge to energize and promote good health. Even if you eat all the nutrients, but if I don't have a prana, it doesn't flow properly, then it won't heal itself. Prana is designed to heal your body, but it's got to flow. That's why we activate the parasympathetic nervous system and all those things we talked about. Everything will work what we're talking about. But first you have to have the flow and no blockage in the body. And that's why I'm 70 plus. So obviously we have a lot of blockages. So that's why we have to do all the exercise for hands and feet, all those things we do, neck exercise to make sure all the blockage is clear. Then you do the pranayam, then you get the maximum benefit of pranayam and promote good health. I can talk away, and I said electrolyte is very important. One of the main important things for losing weight is drinking water. I drink 1 liter at least of water with lemon into every nighttime as well. Body doesn't have any water reservoir. 90% of blood is made up of water. Most people die in nighttime with a stroke, heart attack, and so on. But they don't drink. Old people don't drink enough water because they have to go to pee every night, every so often. So the blood becomes thicker, and that's why they have a stroke, a heart attack at nighttime. So really, and so, but it's no point in drinking water. You have to have electrolyte to go into the cell. Water needs to go in your cell. Even the muscle contracts and contracts. You need potassium, you need magnesium, you need different minerals to make this happen. People talk about not eating enough salt. But when you have a health problem, when you go in an ambulance, what they do? they put the slime water in the body. And you need the salt for kidney to function properly. So it's really, sometimes people talk about cholesterol. 90% body is made up of cholesterol. Every organ needs cholesterol. If your skin is burned, you have fed high cholesterol food to heal your skin. And 70% of cholesterol is made by liver. So look, cholesterol is not a problem. It's a lifestyle. It's a stress. So it's really, to improve your health, you have to connect with nature. That's very important. If you connect with nature, everything will happen itself. Body will start healing itself automatically. Body needs that charge. And the biggest charge you have is the earth. The massive earth battery is there. We are going to small things. They are good. You're eating better avocado and all this will help. But you still need the big charge. Boost you the whole energy. Thank you very much. I think I've spoken a bit too much, I think, but I feel quite, this is something new I'm learning just now, and I'm finding very connected to it. Last 6 months, I've been working on that, and it helped me a lot myself. I feel more positive. Before I used to sleep in the afternoon, now I can get up 6 o'clock, work to 12 o'clock with no problem at all, no lack of energy at all. I can run around. I do 10,000 steps every day to improve my blockage in the body, make sure I don't have any blockage. Things like that. It's all a lifestyle. Any question anybody wants to ask? Thank you, Nilbhai.
So, Sam, that was wonderful. And whenever you are connected to nature, back to nature, you will find your body is soothing, your mind is calm, your DNA is calm. So if you can imagine an air flight where there is a turbulence, a captain has to remain cool, otherwise we are all going to spiral down and out. So back to nature is very good, being earth with the nature. Whenever people go to India, it doesn't matter what nationality you are, you learn to walk without footwear.
Yes.
And you walk in places like Dwarika, Varanasi, Vrindavan, Mathura, and as you get connected, you forget that you are either British or Westernized or American or somebody, and you go with the flow of everybody. And believe me, connecting to the earth is so beautiful. You are back to your roots. Yes, Sam.
One thing I forgot to ask, tell you, looking after your mental health, which is a big issue in today's life, and well-being is important for everyone. There are things we can do to help support your mental health, including connection to the earth, nature. When you truly connect with the earth, depression, anxiety melt away from your body. That's why when you hug a tree, any emotional you have, it just goes away. You feel calmer, you feel more relaxed, and so on. Listening to bird, breeze, rustle of the leaves, feel the touch under your feet, and so on. Everything matters.
And Sam, even if you can't hug a tree because the trunk is very big, don't worry. Touch the tree, look at the leaves and the twigs. Maybe they may shower their blessing by just slight rustle with a gentle breeze of air. It is not stupid to talk to the tree. It is perfectly normal. We classify tree as a living matter. And in fact, we need trees because you see, they suck up carbon monoxide and give us oxygen. So long way back, and I'm not talking too long back.
Nilva, in my class, sometimes I joke, I say, if you can't find the tree, find the opposite sex, somebody and hug him. You can make a slap, that's different. No, just a joke.
And Melissa loves that. Melissa loves that, as does Keith. Keith has got more experience than any one of us hugging people of opposite sex because he's slightly senior to us. Keith, you are laughing. That's true, isn't it? That if you can't find somebody, hug a child, hug a friend, hug a wife, hug your lover, whatever you like. So it's beautiful. And you don't have to go too long back. In India, there are special trees which are always planted, and within that there is a compound of concrete made, which is where all the city elders or town elders or the village elders or the local elders would sit and actually chit chat. So women, You are not only good at gossiping, men 200 years back were very good because it was men who first used to get together. We see in Wilma and Flintstone's story that Flintstone comes from outside meeting his friends and Wilma is in the house cooking. Well, the times have changed. So it's not only women who love gossiping. 200 years back, there were men who were chit-chatting about this, that, and the other. So it's so beautiful. Kate, maybe it's a good time to have about 5 minutes from you, and then we can even chit-chat further with Sam, Anakul, Melissa. There are a lot of people over here. So Kate, tell us a latest development with Tai Chi and Qigong, because they also go yin and yang with yoga and meditation. Over to you, Kate, for next 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Sam, I believe that the relationship as we get older with regard to our mind being active is incredibly important. I try to keep going with various projects at home which challenge the mind, and whilst I'm using a bit of energy. Equally, we know from the discussions we've had on here, we talk of chakra and we talk of dantian, the harmony between our Chinese and our Indian health cultures. So I really don't want to delve into that. As you know, my background is engineering, but mind-body exercises are very important. And our new lady, Melissa, is obviously finding hugging a tree from our flat quite difficult. But anyway, update on Tai Chi and Qigong. In April, I announced that we were hoping to form a global expert advisory group. The purpose of that group was to be looking at how we could identify and confirm that there was scientific evidence and financial returns on investment for particular medical challenges that we know are needed in the Western world. We have 5,000 years in India, 4,000 years in China, and we have a few decades in the Western world. However, the Western world demands that we prove things. I have become aware of all the reports. Well, no, I can't say all the reports, but many reports. I always look for conclusions, facts. How do we identify? And I just came at the end of Melissa's, but she was talking about bone structures. I have MRI experience of one of my elderly ladies actually having broken bones in her shoulder and seen it cure over 12 months. But the current status with the Global Expert Advisory Group, which includes Vietnam, Singapore, Great Britain, Pennsylvania, and California, experts are there not to do the research, but they're there to advise on how the research is carried out. We've had the first meeting, and like everything, it's not as easy as this. It was done on live documents. So I had my mind going again on live documents because I had no idea what that meant. So I've learned something else, Neil. Hey, production quality as well, right? So the process is that we're going along with those objectives of proving Tai Chi and Qigong. It will have a relevance to yoga and to meditation, because we in the Tai Chi and Qigong areas talk of mind-body techniques, energy channels, Qi, and all the same things that we share with Indian cultures. We don't have 7 dantians, we have 3 dantians. I can't remember which numbers they relate to regarding chakras, but we could also find that if we wished. So currently, I'm working very closely with one of the contributors that we had some time ago, a lady called CJ Rhodes. We are endeavoring to put forward a submission to the 2026 Tai Chi and Qigong Usher Harvard Conference. This submission has to be in by the end of September, and I'm going to be away for nearly 3 weeks. So I don't have a great deal of time. That's why I'm shortening this today. We have a very good contact in Usher, which is Peter Wayne, Dr. Peter Wayne. And so we're working at a level which I think can make a major, major difference. So working alongside Sam, Melissa, lovely to see our South Island Pacific lady Latta here with the waves behind her again. So it's fantastic, but we will have hills to climb. We will have threats made, but I'm hoping that in the next couple of months we will perform the second meeting. Hopefully we'll get approval from Osher Harvard in Massachusetts to be able to present a poster in April next year, and that will give us an inroad across the whole of the States. Trying to improve on this is that I've also mentioned my association with the Chartered Institute for the Management for Sports and Physical Activity here in the UK, SIMSPA. It is since 2016 I started work on endeavoring to convince Tai Chi and Qigong personnel that we need approval by the Department of Health and Social Care. To do that, we need to provide evidence. And that's going along. And having selected in 2017 the Chartered Institute, we are now in a position where they will be announcing in September their professional status qualifications. We are the only ones in the organization, Tai Chi and Qigong, that are actually providing professional standards. This doesn't mean to be regulation, it means registration, and it's no different to anything else. And here in the UK, I understand we have the Wheel of Yoga. Now, I don't know how that stands with SIMSPA, but I do know that yoga is one of the elements of SIMSPA. Whatever it is, as my humble opinion, is that not only Tai Chi, mind works, breath works, mindfulness, yoga, Ayurveda, and all these other energy entities will require links with the Chartered Institute. Thank you, Neil, for mentioning the old guy. I may not be around when all this happens, and I'm now using terms like, do you have succession management? And I'm looking at 8 or 9 people here and I'm saying, you are my succession management team to start with. So that's what I wanted to say. And I think going back to Sam, lovely, thank you, Sam. And I didn't see it, I didn't realize it was you because you're so slim that you look as though you're on a bookshelf. Right. So anyway, thank you for a few minutes. God bless you all and see you again when I can. Okay.
Thank you,
I'm
Kate.
away now for a few weeks, so it'll be love and best wishes from Portugal. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kate. And that was an update from Kate. He is very persuasive with our Tai Chi and Qigong gang. He has nurtured them into a group, global group, and he's part of Healing Our Earth. And on the Healing Our Earth itself, we decided to launch something that is more credible, that can actually bring to fruition rather than being just another organization that is planning. This one is focused so we can come to some fruition so that other organization can use the mechanism to leverage their organization. Keith, we wish you all the best. We are all behind you, Anukul, Sam, and all the Healing Our Earth, wherever they are in the globe. They are all right behind you. May Earth bless you forever.
Thank you very much. God bless you all. Bye.
So as ever, our smiling Keith, who is full of energy, I'm not going to reveal his age, but he's 60 plus VAT plus normal tax plus bit of national insurance and everything. And he still has that full energy. Whenever we feel like we chat and we plan things, and Keith is always up and go. He deserves a good break for a while, because when he comes, he's going to put some system into, because he's from systems, he's from engineering background. During the time when we didn't have computers, he used to gather people in person, and he's also good at computers now. So it is going to be very useful at some point. Maybe Scotland is not very far from England. We should meet up. We got our Dr. Ulrich here as well, who is also part of Healing Our Earth, and Ulrich is actually organized Agni Hotra event at Healing Our Earth very soon. Guten Abend, Ulrich. Wie geht es dir?
Guten Abend. Danke, Neil. Mir geht es gut.
And very good, always, as all the time as you are as well. So it's beautiful, Ulrich. Amrita will be here shortly in a while. We are all excited. Your document of the presenters has already been received. It's going to be very exciting. Let's tell people, when are we going to carry out the Agnihotra episode?
That will be next week and next Sunday.
Isn't it Sunday after?
No, 7th of September.
Oh, okay. We just announced the women one. We will change it. We can change the flyers and bring that back again on 7th September. So next week, look, Ulrich is keeping me in touch what's happening at Healing Our Earth. Next week is Agnihotra episode. It's all to do with something that Ulrich has been practicing, and also actually was there at the same time as Anukul was in IIT Mandi, same place over there very recently. So we stand corrected. Ulrich says that next Sunday is Agnihotra episode, which is so beautiful. So the women will have to shift you the following Sunday. Amrita was here, and maybe even she didn't realize that. So Ulrich, what's going to happen in Agnihotra episode? Tell us.
You mean during that episode?
Yes.
We have speakers from all over the world. Of course, we all perform Agnihotra, that pyramid fire at sunrise, sunset. And so it is, one thing is the basics, how to perform Agnihotra exactly, what is needed, what are the materials, what are you burning, and what is the timing. So that is the beginning. Then we also will have some music of people mantra related to Agnihotra. And then about the effects, the effect of Agnihotra on the environment, water, soil, atmosphere, on health, on plants, and then also showing how Agnihotra is performed in different places, on all the different continents. So that will lead us through the whole session. And in the end, we plan to have Agnihotra, to show Agnihotra, because it is, according to London time, it is little past 6 o'clock. And we want to show Agnihotra, several people performing Agnihotra here outside on the veranda of our center, so that everybody can get a better impression of how does it look like, to have this Agnihotra. By the way, there was a discussion. What's the time now in London? It should be 4:30, correct?
Correct, and you are 1 hour ahead of us.
It is 1 hour, yeah, because some people said, okay, it's 2 hours, but no, it's 1 hour. So then we are fine.
It will become 2 hours end of the month, where we change to British. British summertime goes to Greenwich Mean Time, so the time will change then. Okay. Presently, you are 1 hour ahead, and very good. Urlich. We look forward to the Agnihotra episode coming Sunday. Stay around, we'll chat with you. We are now visiting to India, where our senior host is waiting for us, and he is none other than Rotarian Lal Gohel. He's a senior host here at Healing Our Earth, and every episode, at least 1 to 1.5 hours, is produced by him, bringing different experts from different part of the world. And a global namaste, Rotarian Lal Gohel, who is a world ambassador from a Rotary for organ donation. But that's not all. He is an expert in almost every other subject. Isn't that right, Amrita? Who is another expert at Healing Our Earth and a chief admin at Healing Our Earth. Amrita, let's welcome Rotarian Lal Gohel. And then we've got Sunil, we've got Raki, we've got so many guests which are going to join Rotarian Lal Gohel. Amrita, let's introduce Rotarian Lal Gohel and over to him and him.
Thank you, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste, Rotarian Lal Goel ji.
Global Namaste.
Rotarian Lal Goel ji is our regular guest contributor, as well as he's a founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. And every episode, he is vibrantly bringing a lot of experts from different domains who give their opinions as well as their expertise. And it is really valuable to have him with us for every episode. Rotarian Lal Goel ji, it is, as you know, today's episode is about yoga and meditation. And in today's time, especially after COVID, a lot of people have adopted this kind of a holistic technique where they feel happy and healthy practicing yoga. Do you practice yoga, and how has yoga helped you personally in life?
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Amrita, and thank you very much, Mr. Neil Kumar, for inviting me as usual every Sunday at 9 p.m. Indian Standard Time. As you are asked about the yoga, no, that is not possible for me because after my heart attack, the doctors advised me to either go for yoga or some walking, brisk walking. I choose brisk walking, but yes, meditation, I always do for about 1 hour every day, and 1 hour brisk walking. Yoga is not possible for me, which I have not done. But I know what you have mentioned about the yoga and meditation. Why we are doing yoga and meditation, viewers, we are doing it because to keep our body healthy, and not only body, our mental state healthy, because if our mental state is healthy, then our body is healthy. And when we talk about body, the main thing are our organs, because if organs are healthy, then the entire body, our mental state, everything will be healthy. So before I will introduce my very, very elite panelists today, I would like to say a few things about the effect of yoga and meditation on organs. Yoga and meditation, when we talk about the effect, yoga and meditation create profound psychological changes throughout the body, optimizing organ function and promoting systematic health through measurable biological mechanisms. Yoga and meditation create holistic psychological improvements, optimizing individual organ function while enhancing system integration. Even 10-20 minutes of daily practice produces measurable benefits, making these ancient practices powerful, accessible tools for maintaining organ health throughout life. This improves the health of cardiovascular system, that is heart, respiratory system, lungs, digestive system, which covers liver, pancreas, and intestine, and nervous system, that is brain. So in one way, we can say that yoga and meditations are very good for the health of organs. So if everyone do the yoga and meditation, definitely under the guidance of an qualified expert, then you are keeping your organs healthy, and then you will not be approaching for organ transplant and organ donation. So this is my appeal from the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. Please do yoga and meditation under an expert so that your health organs will be healthy. Now, I would like to introduce my first panelist guest, and he is none other than Dr. Sushil C. Gupta. Dr. Sushil C. Gupta is a distinguished educational leader and community advocate based in Agra with extensive experience spanning education, health initiatives, and social development. Dr. Gupta serves as the director of Prelude Public School in Agra, where he leads educational initiatives and institutional development. He is the former president, District Agra Yoga Association. He previously led efforts to promote yoga and wellness practices throughout the Agra district and still is doing the same. He is the president of Association of Progressive Schools of Agra. In this role, he champions progressive educational practices and reforms across schools in the Agra districts. He is the vice president of Initiatives NISA. Dr. Gupta holds a key leadership position with NISA, driving various educational and social initiatives. He is the national ambassador of NISA Green Schools program. He represents and promotes environmental sustainability initiatives in educational institutions nationwide. He is the national convener of National Campaign for Mental Health Well-being. Dr. Gupta leads national efforts to promote mental health awareness and well-being across communities. He is an advisory board member of HEMA Foundation, Mumbai. He provides strategic guidance to this Mumbai-based foundation in their philanthropic endeavors. He is the vice president of Agra City Real Estate Development Organization. Dr. Gupta contributes to urban development and real estate planning initiatives in Agra. He is the ex-president of Lions Vishal Charitable Society and Lions Club of Agra Vishal. Dr. Gupta has served in leadership roles with Lions Club organizations focusing on charitable and community service activities. Dr. Gupta's diverse portfolio of leadership positions reflects his commitment to education, community development, environmental sustainability, and social welfare initiatives across local, regional, and national levels. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Sushil C. Gupta.
A very good evening to all panelists, all the members who are in the joining this yoga session. And really, Mr. Lal, I appreciate you the way you are taking the Zoom sessions every Sunday and all that. So thank you very much. And I think we will be discussing more about yoga and all that. And I would prefer if you give the chance to ladies first, because in India we always say that we should give the chance to ladies first. And we have got very two beautiful ladies on the panel. So I would request let them come first and then we'll discuss in detail.
Okay, Dr. Gupta, this is a nice way to take an excuse. I know you are quite busy, you are in a function, so no problem. I will give you chance. I will take the ladies first. And I would like to tell all our viewers, this is also very important, that he is a crusader. He is an activist for environment. And what he has done, I have visited his school several times. His school is a model for the environment. One can very well see the construction is in a very small place. The area is huge. So he has not constructed, he has not covered the entire college space, but he has left everything for the environment. And every day morning, he sends a green morning. This is his the way to express so that people should know what is the importance of about the environment. So thank you very much, Dr. Gupta. Please, whenever I will be taking the two ladies first, and then definitely, and I will take you back. So now I would like to invite my second panelist, although now she has become the first panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Miss Rakhi Agrawal. Miss Rakhi Agrawal is a law of attraction coach, Shiva method practitioner, and spiritual guide. I stand corrected. Silva method practitioner and spiritual guide who empowers individuals to manifest their dreams, lives through mindset, mastery, and soulful practices. She is also an intuitive tarot card reader and passionate book mentor. Through her platform, Meraki Thought, Rakhi curates powerful book reading sessions, transformative courses, and guided meditations rooted in the law of attraction, emotional healing, and energy alignment. Her approach blends ancient wisdom and modern techniques, helping people release limiting beliefs, connect with their higher selves, and reprogram their inner world to create lasting outer change. She simplifies deep spiritual concepts through engaging sessions, making them accessible to anyone on a self growth journey. With a strong foundation in holistic practice like yoga therapy, Ms. Rakhi integrates body mind awareness to support total well being, but her primary focus remains on thought transformation, inner dialogue, and manifestation. Ms. Rakhi Agrawal continues to inspire thousands through her free sessions, courses, and the Meraki Thoughts YouTube channel, creating a safe space where learning, healing, and magic unfold. Please welcome Ms. Rakhi Agrawal.
Thank you so much. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Rotarian Lal Goyalji for inviting me on this prestigious platform of healing our earth. My sincere thanks also to all the members and fellow speakers. It is a privilege for me to speak on the subject of meditation, a practice so close to my heart. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to connect, share, and learn together. Thank you once again for making me a part of this wonderful platform. Let me share my slides. So let us begin with a question. Have you ever tried to sit silently for even a minute with no phone, no music, no conversation, just you and your mind? If you have, you'll know it's not so easy. The moment we close our eyes, a flood of thoughts come rushing in. Like, for example, what I have eaten today. Why did this person say this to me? Did I reply to that message? It feels like that the mind never stops. The ancient yogi used to call this the monkey mind, always jumping from one branch to another, restless, chattering, uncontrollable. Now, there is a question. What if we could calm this monkey? What if instead of fighting with our monkey mind, we could befriend it? This is the essence of meditation. Now, the slide here. Thank you. So, what is meditation? Meditation is the simplest form, is the practice of training the mind. It's not about stopping thoughts because thought will always come. It's about learning how to observe them without getting caught in them. In Sanskrit, the word dhyan, and in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, meditation is defined as Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Yoga is stilling of the fluctuation of the mind. And yoga is the art of withdrawing energy from the senses and turning inward to find peace and freedom. Think of a mind like a lake. Every thought, every worry, every plan is like a stone thrown in the water, creating ripples. Meditation is the process of letting those ripples settle so that the water becomes still and we can see to the bottom very clearly. So meditation is like this. Here's slide 2, slide 3. So in this picture, you can see sage Patanjali, the Indian sage of around 2nd century BCE, compiled the Yoga Sutra, a collection of 196 aphorisms that forms the foundation of yoga philosophy. He described the 8 limbs of yoga, offering a complete path from ethical living and discipline to meditation and ultimate self-realization. So now let us understand what these limbs are. Next slide, please. What these 8 limbs are in a form of story. Once upon a time, there was a sincere seeker who longed for peace and self-realization. One night, under a starry sky, he prayed to know the path of true happiness. In his heart, a gentle voice whispered, "Walk step by step, and I will guide you." Step one. Step one is yam, moral discipline. The seeker first learned to live with others in harmony. He practiced truth, that is satya, non-violence, that is ahimsa, astya, that is not stealing, then aparigraha, that is not to hoard things. Like a gardener removing weeds, he removed hatred, lies, and greed from his life. Then the next slide. Yes, then comes niyam. What are niyams? That he turned inward. He kept his body and mind clean by shoch, developed contentment, that is santosh, worked hard with discipline, that is tap, studied wisdom, swadhyay, and then surrendered to divine, that is ishwar pranidhan. His heart now became like a fertile soil, ready to sow and grow the seed of wisdom. Now, then comes third step, that is asana. Slide 6, please.
It is already there.
Okay. The seeker body became his temple. That is what is asana. You have noticed that we do plenty of asanas nowadays, which was not mentioned actually in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. Those are hatha asana. In Patanjali Yoga Sutra, by practicing steady meditation and comfortable posture, he prepared himself to sit in meditation. Actually, those were the asanas which were practiced to go towards meditation, go towards the samadhi. His restless body became still like a mountain unmoved. Next slide. So then comes pranayam. Pranayam, I hope everybody knows. We practice many kind of pranayam that are like Anulom Vilom, Brahmari. So what pranayam does? They discovered that the breath can be controlled by inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, and feel the rhythm of the life inside. With each breath, the person's mind became calmer, and he realized that the breath was the bridge between body and the soul. Then come Pratyahara. Next slide. Pratyahara is withdrawal of senses. One evening he sat quietly. He heard the sound of birds, many sound which were disturbing him, like the sound of wind, people. But instead of being distracted, he withdrew his sense inside, like a tortoise pulling him, like the sound of wind, people. But instead of being distracted, he withdrew his sense inside, like a tortoise pulling his limbs inside. He no longer chased the outer world. Next slide. Horses now focus like a beam of light. He discovered that the concentration is the doorstep to meditation. Now comes dhyan. Sorry, the last one was dharana. Now comes dhyana. Slide 8. His his concentration deepened. He entered meditation. Time dissolved. Thoughts became gentler, and he felt oneness with the universe. His heart overflowed with peace like a still lake reflecting the moon. Then comes samadhi, the union. Finally, after walking this sacred path, the seeker reached samadhi. Here, there was no separation between him and the divine. So he was not the body, not mind, but pure consciousness, boundless and eternal and blissful. Now, please, next slide. Yes, thank you. So Gautam Buddha, who lived around 5th and 4th century BCE, also taught so many things about meditation. He practiced dhyana, moving through stages of concentration, and later taught vipassana, that is insight meditation, samatha, that is calm abiding meditation, then anapanasati, that is focusing on your breath, going inward and outward. These practices focus on mindfulness of breath, body, mind, helping one to see the reality and clearly and overcoming the sufferings. He basically told that how suffering can be ended through meditation. Now the slide 10. Yes. Now, why posture matters in meditation? Why everybody says that you should sit in some position? Then what position should be there while doing meditation? The posture should be steady and comfortable, allowing the body to be at ease and the mind alert. Traditionally, one sit cross-legged on the floor in the form of lotus, that is Padmasana, or half lotus, that is Ardha Padmasana. But it is not the only way. You can sit in Sukhasana, that is easily cross-legged posture, or on a meditation cushion, which is shown here to support the hip. Those who find sitting on the ground difficult may sit on a chair, keep both feet flat on the foot. In all the positions, the back should remain straight, shoulders relaxed, hand resting on the knee or on the lap, and the head slightly bowed. And the goal is stability and comfort. So that, like a mountain that is still yet alive with energy, so the mind can turn inward without distraction. Slide 11. Now, breathing. This is the main part. When we inhale, what goes inside? Pran goes inside. Now, what is pran? Pran is the life force, the vital energy. It is more than just a breath. It is the life force behind the breath. Pran goes inside with every breath. What goes inside? Pran goes inside. Now let us see how we breathe. For example, if we are angry, we breathe very fast. The breath becomes very shallow. The energy rises abruptly and stuck in the chest. When we are anxious, the breath feels tight in the stomach, and we may even hold it without realizing it. In sadness, pran flows down, feel heavy, making the body dull and tired. These are the simple signs of blocked, disturbed pran. Through meditation and pranayam, we learn to release these blocks. Deep rhythmic breathing act like a gentle stream that clears away the blocks. When pran begins to move smoothly again, our breath feels natural, the mind calms, and we return to the state of balance, clarity, and inner peace. Our chakra gets balances, and many benefits are there when the pran flows easily. Next slide. Now comes what happens during meditation. Our brain is always active, and this activity creates brain waves. These are tiny electrical patterns that changes with our state of mind. First is beta state, that we are listening, we are saying, whatever we are doing, problem solving, worrying, anxious, busy, restless state of mind, that is beta state. Then comes when we begin to relax, when we close our eyes or meditate lightly, then comes the alpha state. The brain shift to alpha. Here the mind becomes calm, creative, and peaceful. It feels like that the quiet moment just before sleep and just after the sleep, what we call in Hindi, unidi sthiti. Then comes the theta waves. Theta is the period when the meditation deepens, the brain moves into theta state, that state when you are dreaming. While sleep, when you are dreaming, you are in theta state. When you are waking and dreaming, where intuition, inner healing, and deep insight arises, many spiritual experiences happen here. Then comes delta wave, when you are in deep sleep, exactly in deep sleep, but during meditation also you can reach towards delta waves. It is the deepest meditation or deep sleep. The brain reaches delta. This is the state of complete rest and renewal, where the mind is silent and the body heals. So when we meditate, we are literally changing the brain's rhythm from restless beta to peaceful alpha, and sometimes even to theta and delta. That is why meditation brings such clarity, balance, and the sense of inner peace. Uh, Next slide.
Slide 13 is there.
Yeah. So there are different kind of meditation. So many available on YouTube, different music apps. And different gurus teaches different kind of meditation. Some of them I have mentioned over here. That is mindful meditation, transcendental meditation, loving kindness meditation, vipassana, Zen meditation, chakra, mantra, yoga nidra, Kundalani meditation, walking meditation, Nada, that is sound meditation, breath awareness, visualization, body scan, Tratak, that is candle gazing meditation. So there are so many kind of meditation you must have gone through, or you must have noticed, you must have learned. So there's 100 kind of meditation present in over here. So next slide, please. So the time of meditation plays a significant role in the depth of our practice. Now, some people ask that what time should we practice meditation? Should we do it in the morning? Should we do it at night? Meditation is traditionally the early morning hours called Brahma Muhurat around 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. That is considered most auspicious as the atmosphere is pure, the mind is naturally calm, and the energy of nature supports stillness. However, it is a myth that meditation can only be done in the morning. Many people promotes that meditation should be done in Brahma Muhurat, but while morning meditation brings clarity and freshness, but evening meditation helps to release stress of the day. Afternoon practice improves focus, and the night meditation before sleep calms the nervous system for deeper rest. The truth is, any time is good time if you are consistent. What matter most is regular practice, not the clock. So the time we can do at any time, whenever we are relaxed, when we have no work to do, when we are in a calmer state, then you can do meditation at that time when there is nobody for you to disturb on any subject. So do meditation at any time. Next slide.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
already there.
So researchers shows that meditation calms the stress center of the brain, strengthens focus and emotional balance, and increases gray matter linked to memory and compassion. It brings harmony between the left brain and the right brain. Usually we are like in today's world, we are more of using left brain. We are more logical than creative. So meditation helps in bringing the balance between left brain and the right brain, leading to clarity, peace, and balance. So there's a brain scan over here, which is telling that, which is depicting that MRI scan of a long-term meditator shows remarkable changes in the brain. Regular meditation increases the gray matter in the region linked to memory, focus, and emotion balance while reducing activity in the amygdala. That is the center of stress and fear. Amygdala shrinks while we meditate. It also strengthens connection between different brains network, especially the default mode network, helping to reduce mind wandering and improve present moment awareness. These findings prove that meditation is not just a spiritual practice, but also a powerful tool to rewire our brain. So meditation rewire our brain. It promotes neuroplasticity. So please next slide. Yes. So how to practice meditation? So let us understand this also, that how should we be mindful. Apart from being meditator, you can be mindful in at any time. In a busy lives, we just rush. We are always doing multitasking. We are like watching television. We are handling our phone also while doing that. When we are eating, we are watching TV. We are opening like we are seeing our like constantly on mobile also at the time of eating. So what we can do, we can be mindful. Mindful practice bring full awareness to the present moment, noticing what is happening in the present moment. We practice in simple ways, like while eating, you can enjoy the taste, texture, and the aroma of each bite. While walking, you can feel the breath, the ground beneath, and you can feel the rhythm of the foot. And you can, while breathing, you can feel that that the flow of air is going inside, and what kind of air is going inside. It is cold or it is hot. So you can feel that, and you can easily do the daily chores also, like of washing dishes, folding clothes, making food, or writing mails, or doing any of your office work, being attentive and being meditative. So during commuting also, you can, instead of just going with your all worries and thinking about your past or thinking about your present, thinking about your future, you can be in present. You can notice the trees outside, the hus and buzz of vehicles. You can see the you can see that what is the rhythm of the vehicles going around. You can follow, you can see which music is going around in your car. We even don't notice that what is going around in our world. Just we are in our thoughts constantly, which are chattering. So we have to be mindful what is going in our life at present moment. That is also a kind of meditation. We can simply be indulging, we can simply indulge in some kind of music, some kind of dance, some kind of creative activity to be mindful. So that is also a kind of meditation. Now there are so many hundreds of benefits of meditation. Next slide, please. There are so many hundreds of benefits, so which I have mentioned. I will take it very swiftly. Like there is clarity in decision, patience. It increases patience, increases creativity. Our sleep gets deeper. Next slide. In our body, our breath slows, our heart rate slows, our blood pressure drops, muscle relax, digestion improves, immunity strengthens, pain's perception decreases because the brain processes pain differently in meditation. Next slide. There are so many spiritual benefits also, like we connect to higher consciousness, we deepens with awareness of self and soul, and so many benefits are written over here. Then comes work and productivity benefits, which improves work performance and efficiency, enhances leadership qualities, reduces burnout, fatigue, improves time management, our decision making enhances, our handling workplace stresses uh, decreases, it boosts our confidence in communication. So there are so many benefits. Next slide. And there are so many energetic benefits. Then there are rare and unusual benefits, like it can reduce addictive behaviors and craving. It helps in weight management. It encourages intuitive eating and better habits. It helps to release stored cellular trauma also. The ancestral trauma can also be reduced by continuous meditation. Next slide, please.
Yes. Miss Rakhi, please be quick.
Yeah. So then comes the brain and nervous system, which I have already told. There are so many hundreds of benefits. Next slide. So the meditation is a therapy. It regulates healing, regulation of the optimal functions of internal organs. All the internal organs also benefit while we meditate. Next slide. So there's a plan, 40 days plan for beginners that we can follow for how to meditate. Like daily, we can meditate for just for 2 minutes daily for 1 to 5 days. Then 6 to 10 days, we can increase to 3 minutes. Then to 11 to 15, we can increase to 4 minutes. Then 16 to 20, 5 minutes, 21 to 25 days, 6 minutes, then 26 to 30, 7 to 8 minutes, then 31 to 35 to 9 minutes, 36 to 40, 10 minutes, and 40. After 40 days, meditation will become our natural habit. We have to inculcate a habit of meditation, and by following from 2 minutes to 10 minutes, going to 10 minutes, you can make it as an habit. Because if you are missing for a day, if you are busy for a day, just meditate for 1 minute, so that your mind understand that I have to do the meditation daily. So this way you can inculcate the habit of meditation. Next slide. Now the conclusion. Meditation is not escaping the world. It is returning to the center. It is a journey within. Thank you so much. I have taken so much of your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rakhi Agrawal, for giving your very enlightening presentation. Yes, we have a time constraint, but I'm sure the viewers watching across the world on different social media platforms will be definitely benefited. And if they have any queries, definitely they would like to be in touch with you. But please stay there. I would like to now go to my next panelist guest, and she is Miss Pallavi Kashyap. Ms. Pallavi Kashyap's professional journey began with a strong foundation in technology. Born in Bihar and raised in Patna, she earned her bachelor's degree in engineering IT from Pune University and spent nearly 7 years building expertise in the corporate world. In 2014, she made a pivotal transition from corporate life to follow her calling in holistic healing and personal development. This shift marked the beginning of her dedicated service in transformational work. Ms. Pallavi Kashyap brings a comprehensive skill set backed by the multiple global certifications. She is a certified pranic healer, energy healing and chakra balancing, ICF certified mindset coach, international coaching standards, master NLP mental health therapist, certified therapeutic dance movement practitioner, NABET certified trainer. Her methodology distinctively integrates science and spirituality, focusing on releasing emotional blocks and trauma, reprogramming limiting beliefs, activating and balancing the energy body, aligning clients with their highest potential. In 2024, Ms. Pallavi extended her practice internationally, conducting healing and coaching sessions in Singapore, demonstrating the global applicability of her work. Through her Instagram platform at the rate coach_Pallavi, she has cultivated a vibrant community of 14,000 plus followers, sharing practical healing practices, mindset transformation techniques, and spiritual guidance. Ms. Pallavi clients consistently describe their experience as healing, awakening, and life-changing. Her content and sessions have empowered thousands of individuals to heal their energy patterns, manifest abundance, and achieve greater peace and clarity. Her core philosophy centers on the belief that true wellness transcends merely overcoming challenges. It involves activating inner power, elevating energy vibration, and consciously creating a life characterized by freedom, joy, and abundance. Her area of specializations are pranic healing and energy work, mindset coaching and belief transformation, mental health therapy and emotional healing, movement therapy and somatic practice training, and professional development. This comprehensive approach positions Ms. Pallavi as a bridge between traditional healing modalities and modern therapeutic practices, serving clients who seek both practical results and spiritual growth. Please welcome Ms. Pallavi Kashyap.
Atma Namaste, and thank you. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, Lalsa, and thank you and grateful to all of you who are here. And definitely, right now I will request not to put up the slides because I would feel that an interaction about what I'm going to talk would be better than looking at slides right now. So and I'm grateful to Rakhi. She started with telling about meditation, and I am also going to talk about meditation, in particular, one of the meditation. But before that, let's ask ourselves, let's look around our room, wherever we are sitting, and think about it. Look at all the things in your room. Aren't they talking to you? Just look around. Aren't they talking to you? The clothes you're wearing, aren't your clothes talking to you? The watch you're wearing, aren't your watch talking to you? Think about it. Social media, it whispers to us. Sometimes comparisons, sometimes good feeling, sometimes bad feeling, right? Crowded room gives and sets noise inside us, right? Right? Thoughts, our own thoughts, goes into fears, looping worries, and sometimes we don't even know, nothing happened, but our thoughts talked so much that we are even getting into a bad mood, bad state, even crying sometimes, right? Now, I'm very grateful when 9 o'clock, before 9 o'clock, when I joined, 9 India time, I joined, the word I heard first was healing our earth. So it struck my mind, what is disturbing our earth? What is disturbing? Aren't these noises, aren't these thoughts disturbing our earth? Because what is disturbance of earth? Let's ask ourselves, what is disturbance of earth? Disturbance of earth is when we don't feel good about either ourselves or good about people around us or good about our environment, right? That is disturbing, isn't it? Right? That is disturbing for us.
When everything around us is talking, how can we heal ourselves? And when we can't heal ourselves, how can we heal Earth? There's a very good saying, charity begins from home, right? Healing begins from self. We can't heal anybody if we are not healed. And that's reality, right? Now, the question comes, how can we heal? Research says that we have at least 60,000 to 70,000 thoughts, right? But let us come to that awareness. In 60,000 to 70,000 thoughts, why do 2-3 thoughts get stuck in our brain? Why not all 60, 70,000 thoughts are in our brain? Big question, right? Because somewhere our energy, our mental energy, our physical energy, or our emotional energy, everything is somewhere stuck, somewhere, and those thoughts get stuck and those thoughts start affecting us. Now, the question is, what can heal? There's n number of methods which can heal. But since this platform, we are talking about meditation, I will like to talk about meditation, and in particularly one meditation which my guru, Master Chokok Sui, I'm a pranic healer, and my guru in my guru's realm, we are taught, that is called twin heart meditation. But before going there, let's ask ourselves, how can we heal? And if we can heal ourselves, can we be somebody who can contribute even a little to heal the earth? Yes. Yes, think about it. Just let's think about it. Suppose if you are happy today, okay? What do you feel? What happens to the energy of your house? Think about it. Is your house energy also seems to be good? When you are happy, you are active, you are in that mode. What happens to your home energy when you are not active? You are not in good mood. You are not feeling good. Everything just goes down, right? So think about it. If you can heal your energy, if you're home, where is your home? I hope we are all on planet Earth, right? Right? So if we can cleanse in the energy of our home just by our energy, aren't we contributing to cleanse in the earth energy? Right? We are contributing. Now, let's understand one thing. What does meditation do? Yes, it calms our mind. Yes, it gives us a lot of energy and clarity, inner peace, everything. But if we look at what meditation does, it does emotional cleansing. It does spiritual cleansing. It does mental cleansing. It gives inner peace. It gives healing acceleration. It does world service. It also does karmic cleansing. Now, how all this happens? This happens from simple thought process that we need to clean, heal ourselves first. But before going to what is twin heart meditation, and I would really, and I'm thankful for Rakiji saying that 2 minutes also, definitely 2 minutes also is very good for you. Even if you spend 2 minutes, and we'll try that 2 minutes, we do a simple meditation and just check ourselves what has happened to us, right? But before that, let's clear certain myths about meditation. One myth, meditation is stopping all your thoughts. 60, 70,000 thoughts. If I stop, oh my God, I am equivalent to Supreme Being. No questions asked, right? No, it's about observing your thoughts. If you can observe your thoughts and if you can go in depth, you will know where you are blocked. You will know what you need to clear, what you need to cleanse in. Second myth, every day when you meditate, you have to meditate for hours. No, 2 minutes to 15, 20 minutes is very good enough. It's about intention. If you would have heard anybody, all of us, if we are working, Think about it. Some days when we are working, a simple presentation, if you have to create a simple presentation, it might take days and hours. And it's like, oh my God, or tomorrow I have to present. So today, anyhow, I have to complete that presentation. Someday when we are in that energy, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and the presentation is ready. So it's not about time. It's about intention, right? The more you give that intention, the more you are healing yourself, more you are contributing to healing Earth. Only spiritual or religious people do meditation. Here, I would just like to contribute by saying one line. Spirituality does not mean that you are morning, evening praying to God. Spirituality means that whatever work you are doing, if you are doing with clear intention, with pure intention of not harming or not doing anything bad to anybody, you are doing spiritual work. Simple. If you are a business person, you are doing spiritual work. If you are not doing anything bad for anybody and you are working clearly with clear and pure intention, that is also spirituality. So meditation, for anything you do, you are moving yourself to spiritual. That means your character building, your values, your intention, your energy is increasing. You would all agree that you would have felt good by meeting some people. Even when you are meeting for the first time, you start feeling, oh my God, I felt so good meeting this person, right? And some people, if you know them also, and if they call you that we are coming to your house, you are like, oh my God, what kind of excuse can I make? I can't have coffee today with this person. Please, God save me, right? What has changed? Both are humans. What changed? Their energy, their intention, knowingly, unknowingly, right? So these are myths. Then there is one more myth that if my mind wanders, I am a bad meditator. Please, it's not about good meditation, bad meditation. Look at yourself. How many days, how many years did you take? Go and ask your parents to just write one A. How many days, how many years did you take to just stand on your feet and take one step? Right? So if your mind wanders, it is not about bad meditation, right? It's all good. Now I would want to come to twin heart meditation because I know the time is limited. In pranic healing, Master Chokuk Sui, we got to learn twin heart meditation. Now, why twin heart? There are many meditation, and thank you to Rakhi that she mentioned so many meditation. There's a meditation on loving kindness, and twin heart meditation comes under loving kindness. Because if you study anywhere, love is one energy which nurtures everything. So under loving kindness, twin heart is one meditation. Now, you all should ask me, twin heart, who has got two hearts? Right? We all have two hearts. One heart is our physical heart, right? And the second heart, which is this portion is called divine heart. Why? Because the divine blessing, the divine energy comes through this portion, right? So when we activate these two portions and then when we meditate, it is called twin heart meditation. Why do we activate these two portions? Because think about it. If I ask you all to recall any good moment of your life, what happens to you? Just recall one good moment of your life. Suddenly a slight smile comes on your face, right? What is happening? Your energy changed, right? Now, if I ask you something good you did for anybody who is not a family member, but for anybody, any person on this earth or for this environment, just recall anything you did good. Doesn't that also bring a joy in your heart, right? Because the divine blessing, you did something for the other person, right? So twin heart is a guided meditation, and here with these activation, we're loving kindness and we share it with earth. We have a prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi, and we do that prayer, and doing that prayer is all about sending love, joy, sending a lot of calming energy to earth. And on earth, you can imagine anything, from plants to animals, to humans, to beings, to whatever is happening which is disturbing you. Daily, when we go through news, war and this and that, it disturbs us. What is happening? If it is disturbing us, think about it. If 100 people are reading, it's disturbing 100 people. If 1,000 are reading, it's disturbing 1,000 people. If n number of people are reading, n number of people are getting disturbed even for a moment. So what is happening to the energy? Right? The energy is getting disturbed. The healing of earth is getting disturbed. Right? So definitely I'll take you through 2-3 slides, but before that, let's do a simple 2 minutes twin heart meditation. If you all agree to it, just give me a thumbs up. Right? Okay, wonderful. So what we are going to do, I'll guide you vocally, and we'll just have 3, in middle, we will have 3 Om sound, right? That I will only do it, but why Om sound, I would like to explain. Om or it is chanted as Om or Hum. It is the sound in every part of earth. That sound is just an energy which can actually bring lots and lots of healing and lots of channelizing of your own energy, right? So it's just the hum sound. So it's a Om sound. And just simply do it. No taking tension. What you have to do, we will focus. I'll tell you to focus on heart and focus on crown. And I'll ask you to raise your hand like this, right? And in between your both hands, you just imagine earth, right? Earth. And then you just bless earth, right? So let's begin. Let's do it quickly in 2 minutes, okay? So I request you just close your eyes, inhale deep, just keep your hands relaxed right now. Keep your hands relaxed. I'll ask you to raise your hands. Just keep your hands relaxed right now. Inhale deep, exhale deep. Inhale, exhale, and relax yourself completely. Inhale deep, exhale. Bring your body into a most relaxed position. Inhale again, exhale. Keep your eyes closed. Let's first invoke to the Supreme God, to your spiritual teacher, your guru, to all the spiritual teachers, to the holy angels, spiritual helpers, and all the great ones. We humbly invoke for your divine guidance, divine love, illumination, divine oneness, divine bliss, divine help, divine protection. We thank you in full faith. Now, just inhale once again. Now just focus on your heart. Recall any good moment of your life. Now raise your hand in the blessing position and imagine earth in between your palms. Now let's use the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. Let's say to the Supreme God, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Just sow love wherever you feel there's any hatred. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is darkness, light. Sadness, joy. Feel you are sending joy. Feel that you are sending hope. Feel that you are sending clarity. Feel that you are sowing love and peace and healing at this moment. Keeping your eyes closed, inhale and exhale. Now focus on your crown.
top part of your head and recall another beautiful moment of your life. And let's say from the center of the heart of God, let entire earth be blessed with loving kindness. Let entire earth be blessed with great joy and happiness. From the center of the heart of God, let entire earth be blessed with understanding, with harmony, divine peace. Let entire earth be blessed with goodwill and the will to do good. Now simultaneously focus on both heart and crown. And let's bless each and every person, each and every being with love and kindness. See yourself also on that earth. Blessed with loving kindness, blessed with divine sweetness, divine joy, warmness, caringness, and tenderness. Let each and every person on the entire earth, every being, be blessed with inner healing, inner beauty, divine bliss, divine oneness. Let each and every being be healed. And with this healing, we are sending energy of Om. 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 Let each and every being be healed, every person be blessed. To the Supreme Being, thank you for giving me healing. Thank you for healing Mother Earth. We thank you with full faith. May the earth be healed. May every being be nurtured and healed. So be it, so be it, so be it. To the Supreme God, we thank you for your divine blessing. To all the spiritual teachers, all my holy masters, all the saints, holy angels, spiritual helpers, and all the great ones, we thank you all with great blessings. Thank you. Just inhale deep, exhale deep, and you can open your eyes with a big smile. Okay. Yes, Dr. Lakshmi.
Dr. Lakshmi, please unmute yourself. You have a question too.
Yes. It was divine. It was wonderful. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I used to do this kind of breathings when I was in Mumbai. After having come here, I'm missing all that. I really enjoyed this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Grateful to you and grateful to my master for having this chance to have shared this with all of you. So this is Twin Heart Meditation. It hardly took us 2 minutes and we became everything. We became, we did collective energy shift. We raised our consciousness. We did emotional and mental cleansing. We inspired into the right action, and we have become a part of healing the earth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pallavi, for giving such a illustrative and enlightening and spiritual, I must say again, and especially for healing our earth. Thank you very much. Now I would go back to our first panelist, and he is Dr. Sushil Gupta. Dr. Gupta, you have heard both our panelists about the meditation. Now, your views on yoga.
Now, Mr. Lal, I think both the panelists, Rakhi as well as Pallavi, they have given the in detail how to meditate. And it's something very unique the way they have explained that how meditation is going to help our body. In fact, meditation is really something which everyone can do. And you can start, as Shivraki was saying, that for 2 minutes, then 3 minutes, then 4 minutes, and keep on increasing. And once you complete, say, something around 10 minutes, then it will become your habit. So that is something very unique way of doing it, because you are right, and she's also right that many times it happens when you start meditating, then there are so many thoughts which are coming and disturbing you. So that's all. But now let us talk about yoga. Now, yoga is something which is very ancient way of keeping your body healthy. And I'm very sure that India is one of the uh, country who has started yoga long time back. And now with the help of our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, he has already uh, the way he has gone with yoga throughout the world. Now everybody has started thinking of, yes, yoga is must and we should do it. And yoga is, to be very frank, Mr. Lal, it is for every right from, even if you say 20 years onwards, you can go for yoga, and there are so many pranayams, so many exercises which comes under the yoga. And as you said personally, that after the heart attack, uh, yoga you can skip, and you have decided to go for brisk walking. But still, I would say that after, even if you have any sort of a disease or any sort of a health issues, but there in yoga there are so many exercises, so many ways by which you can think of that what sort of yogas you should do. And in fact, I think both the later speakers have totally uh, told us that how to meditate, how to go for yoga and all that. And I don't think anything they have left. But still, if somebody wants to have some question or something like that, because it is already more than an hour we have. So I think if you let's go for the open session where Rakhi, Pallavi, myself, and you can answer if there is any questions. So that's all. But still, I would say that we should think of yoga right from the beginning as soon as we can, the way we can. And there are so many experts in yoga, and especially in India. Oh my God, we are so lucky that we are having yoga sessions, we are having meditation sessions, and even our elders made us understand that how we can go for yoga.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for giving your views about yoga. And you have, as you said, that let's ask the questions. If anybody wants to ask the question, over to you, Amrita. The questions which you can ask to Dr. Gupta or Rakhi or to Pallavi, because you yourself is a yoga expert and meditation expert, Amrita.
Thank you, Lal Goelji. This is a wonderful place where everyone interconnects with different ideas, different views on the same topic, and they have expertise in different ways, and that's what is very ingrained. In fact, very beautifully explained, Pallavi ji and Rakhi ji, your way of working, of understanding. It's really very nice. And I just wanted to have certain tips from you before we move further. What is your general advice? My question is to each one of you, and I would like you all to answer one by one. Maybe I start with Dr. Sushilji. What is your general advice for an individual in the daily life about practicing yoga? What we generally see is that on the International Yoga Day, there are hundreds and thousands of pictures, and there is a huge media coverage on a lot of stuff. Many people in the dress with the t-shirts on tried to imitate something which just hits up the public figure. But do you think that the practice of yoga in that way is fine? Or what is your take that education about yoga should come from what end, and how must people understand that the practice of yoga is part of their lifestyle and not media coverage? Over to you, Dr. Sushil.
Thank you, Amrita. And very nicely you have asked the question. You see, you will be surprised to know that International Yoga was the also it's initiated by India only. One thing. Secondly, that in India, since I am in with the education field or background, still I am running schools also, and I am the president of all the schools of Agra and country wise. So we have already kept periods of yoga. And in the morning assembly, we always go for the yoga session 5 to 10 minutes, right? And not to be taken, but you will be surprised to know that now we have started the laughing yoga also. So where the every house, because in India every school has got 4 or 5 houses, so every house is supposed to take care 1 week assembly, and there the childrens come and do for laughing yoga, laughing exercise, and the yoga exercise. So this is how we want to inculcate right from the beginning that each student should go for yoga. And no doubt about it, once yoga session is there, they all enjoy, they all understand that what is the meaning of yoga, and we make them understand by the special coaches and things like that. So my take is that we should always go for yoga, even as rightly Rakhi and Pallavi was saying, even yoga cannot be on morning also. Even in office, you can go for your yoga. 5 minutes, 10 minutes of yoga by doing, there are so many exercises, so many. And once you go for 5 minutes, it's really going to give you a very fresh. So this is how I think, this is my take.
Thank you. Pallavi ji, you have been practicing meditation, and what do you think about this, as well as what is your take on what are the 5 best poses people must practice every day, apart from Surya Namaskar?
Okay. Thank you, Amrita, for asking this question. And see, right, I would like to differ a little, right? Because the background is also of mindset coaching and all that. So I will just differ a little. Now, we don't understand the meaning of yoga. The first thing is we don't understand the meaning of yoga. Yoga is not just doing physical exercises. Yoga means to unite what? Your body, mind, and soul. What will that give you? Balance. If we ask anybody on this earth, if they are, can anyone claim that they are stress-free? Nobody. Why?
No.
Because stress has become part of our life. Now, what we seek when we are in stress? We seek balance, nothing else. If we become very rich and if our family members are not with us, we crave for family. If our family is together and we don't have that finances, we crave for finances. So yoga just means balance, balance of every sphere of life. Now, for children, how can yoga become easy? Children, yoga can become easy because children are monkey see, monkey do. If parents do it, children will learn it, and they will learn any kind of poses on this earth, right? Now, next thing, why should physical exercise be a part of yoga? When we say yoga, why physical exercise is something which we should have? Well, because physical exercise is one way, and the easiest and the most entertaining way, however you do it, whether you dance, whether you play sports, whether you do yoga, whether you do poses, one good way to release all your blocked energies. If you're facing blockage in whatever you are doing in your life, physical exercise is one good way. So rather than going for poses, I would say ask your body, what do you love? So I play badminton daily because I just love to play. It gives me time to be with my friends and also to play and to run around. So I play. I love dancing. I am a therapeutic movement. I'm into therapeutic movement. Why therapeutic movement I chose? Because dance is something I love. So that works as yoga for me. That works as physical exercise for me. So I would just say to everyone, ask yourself, what do you love? Whatever you love, that will work as releasing that blocked energy for you, and you will come to a balanced state. So
Lovely. That's nice. Love yourself and love what you do, and that is what is the message from Pallavi ji. Rakhi ji, what have you to say about your favorite postures or your favorite work of doing? And apart from the Surya Namaskar, what would you love to practice?
Yeah, thank you so much. As from me, yoga, as Pallavi said, it is union of body, mind, and soul. Same way, the postures. Actually, when we do yoga, we our mind is continuously chattering. So what yoga does, it brings our mind to a state of present. When we focus on each and every moment, you do any kind of poses, but what you have to do, you have to concentrate on each and every poses. If you are doing yoga and your mind is chattering from here and there, then there's no benefit you will get from yoga. Yoga is actually, when you are doing any kind of asana or any kind of pranayam, you have to bring your mind towards center. If you are stretching your hand, you have to watch, okay, the pain is over here. The pain is going from here to here. If you're stretching your legs, then you have to watch the legs are opening like that. So you should have focus on each and every moment. Like I want to suggest Lion Goyal ji, that he said that I'm not doing any kind of yoga. I like to suggest you can do sitting yoga on chair. Actually, yoga is not about physical wellness, it is about internal wellness. Each your body, like you told, you said about your heart surgery, your heart will improve when you will do yoga. Your each and every internal organs will improve when you will do yoga, because it is all about making union with your body. So postures doesn't matter. What matters is how you are doing yoga, because as you
Raki, just to cut you short, and you will carry on. Rotarian Lal Goyal does yoga. He's one of the most fantastic guy on the earth, connected to so many people globally. His yoga, his coolness, his meditation, and his mind. So he does do yoga in one format or the other. You can see the beaming, smiling person. I'm not going to reveal his age. He's 50 plus VAT plus bit of tax and bit of government tax here and there. Amrita, thank you very much. Please carry on chatting with Rakhi, Pallavi, Rotarian Lal, Sushil, Anukul. Urlich wants to announce the Agnihotra episode next week, and you please announce the Himachal Pradesh retreat. And I'm going to bid temporary goodbye. I'm just behind the scene, and I love you all. And take it away, Rakhi. It's all yours back again.
Thank you very much, Neil Kumarji. And because you have all are mentioning me, see what I said that yoga should be done. In my initial thing was very clear under a expert guidance. But what I am seeing today, with all due respect to everyone, so many people, everyone is having their own opinion. And this is creating a confusion. And if you are having some element in your body, you have to be 100% sure that this particular pose is not posture, will not do any harm. Betterment is fine, but it should not harm. And that is why I feel that the proper way is that we should go under a expert advice, under the expert guidance for yoga. Otherwise, yes, as Neil Kumar said, rightly said, everyone is doing yoga. Whether he's a child or whether he's an elderly person, we are also doing yoga. in our different way. If I'm sitting, if I'm just putting my leg on the top, raising my legs, that is also a kind of yoga. So all those things we are doing. So that is why I feel that yoga and meditation is also very good, because I learned meditation from Mahesh Yogi myself. Okay. And what he taught me is that you have putting a mantra, as Miss Rakhi said, that it's like a lake. When you are putting something in the lake, there will be waves. And the time will come and it will be still. And that is the real moment. It can be a fraction of second, but that fraction of second will give the eternal peace. And that eternal peace give you the entire thing which you require in 20. If you are sleeping for 12 hours, you may not get that relaxation what you will get in that fraction of second. So I feel yoga and meditations are very good for the body, mind, and soul, as Pallavi has also mentioned. And what Dr. Sushil Gupta has also mentioned, that in school, because the problem in India is that we are going away from our originality. We are adopting the new things, which are very much. But in his school, which I have also witnessed, what he is doing, he is going bringing them back to our ancient time, and that is very, very important. Along with the latest thing is his school is 100% air conditioned, whatnot. But still, that those things are very much important. So I feel yoga and meditation are good, and I am also doing, but in a different way. So please don't think that I am against yoga. I am also for yoga. I am also for meditation, but under an expert guidance. Thank you very much. Over to you, Amit.
Absolutely right. Very, very right, Rotarian Lal Goelji. In fact, being in the field of medicine and practicing as a lifestyle counselor as well as a physician, I myself have come across so many people who, due to wrong practices of yoga or wrong guidances of yoga, have landed into troubles. And not only that, practicing pranayama without any ideas about what is good and what is bad. And so most of the time I have to recommend people, if prana can give you life, it can take your life as well, because if you can be hypoventilated, you can be hyperventilated. And same is the practices with the yoga. That is why it is very important to understand the people whom you are contacting. And it is not just about giving a therapy, it is much more than that. And a person who has a complete knowledge about the anatomy, physiology, medicine, complete understanding about spirituality, philosophy, along with the practices of yoga, would be a perfect person, because of the system of education where the people are being given certificates with 100 hours of training program or 200 hours of training program, or more than that. Few number of hours cannot make you a right practitioner, even if you see the postures. So my basic question when I was questioning about International Yoga Day and the practices was just about this. It is very important for you to guide yourself what is important. And we have Professor Dr. Ulrich with us next week. That is the 7th of September. We are going to have an Indian knowledge system episode that we are starting up with. And to gear up that start, it will be from Agnihotra therapy, which is the ancient traditions and how these ancient traditions of Agnihotra can be made viable. Dr. Professor Ulrich, before we say bye to all of them, what is your take on practicing yoga? You have been traveling India for such a long period. You stay in Germany, you practice in Poland and so many countries. What is your take about yoga and the practices of yoga at your place? Over to you.
Okay, I was muted. Thank you, Amrita. Yeah, see, I'm a little bit lazy, so I do some pranayama. I do a little bit of hatha yoga, but not much. At least I try to sit straight when I'm sitting for meditation. But one thing is, if you say yoga and meditation, actually that is not really correct, because meditation is part of yoga. yoga is union, yeah, and meditation is part of yoga. And so in this case, I'm doing yoga. I'm not doing much hatha yoga. When I was younger, I did the Surya Namaskar, and actually that was really good. And now I tried again, but when bending down, I did not touch without problems the ground, so I stopped it. But actually, I should start again a little bit, not much, a few minutes per day. I will do that. And one thing, because it was a lot about meditation and prana, Raki and Pallavi, that was really interesting. I enjoyed listening to that. And you know, one thing, and that connects us to the next session about Agnihotra, it is said that prana, atmosphere and prana are connected, and prana and mind are very much connected. And you know, if the atmosphere is polluted, prana can't flow harmoniously. And the thing is, you perform Agnihotra, and then the flow of prana is harmonious again. And therefore, immediately you have an effect on your mind. And that is also, it's much better if you want to sit for meditation. You know, in this atmosphere, it is much easier. Just imagine you want to meditate sitting at the railway station in Delhi. You will have some difficulties. I mean, a perfect yogi can do it wherever he is, but normal people would have difficulties. So if at home you perform Agnihotra, you know, that will help your meditation and it will help your yoga. It will help all these practices. So I invite everybody here to come join us the session next Sunday. It will be on Agnihotra, Homa therapy around the world, also the effects in different areas. It's it will be useful.
Yeah. So we have this episode on Indian knowledge systems, Agnihotra Homotherapy on 7th of September from 2 p.m. British Summer Time. So don't forget to join it. And it is specially being produced by Dr. Ulrich, and he will be sharing his expertise on Agnihotra and how different practices worldwide of Agnihotra has taken up a charge to heal people, heal the world, heal the planet, as well as to purify the flora and the fauna.
Yes, thank
Before, thank you so much, Dr. Ulrich. Lataji, you have a question before we say goodbye to these our guests. You want to ask something to them?
Yeah. Global Namaste and welcome to
Global Namaste
to our guest speakers, Bharti and
Pallavi and Raki.
And Raki, yeah. And I really enjoyed your delivery because it brought back to my mind how my father used to do it, you know, about 25 years ago. And he was practicing it, and I didn't take it very seriously on board. But had I started it then, oh my goodness, I would have been way ahead, miles ahead by now. But I've only just sort of started because I have been hindered, in fact, to not do it when I should have been doing it and connecting my mind and body, because you know, it brings so much peace and calmness and balancing, and the breath and breathing exercises is amazing because you get to know your strength and weaknesses, and so you connect, and so you become yourself healing. And then of course there's millions of dimensions of this, and you know, it just, you learn something new about it every day, how you can apply the knowledge, and I think it's just such a wonderful journey and experience. And yeah, I think we've got to be careful because there's a right way and a wrong way to do it as well. And so we've got to become very much self-educating as well to connect to our very own needs. And we understand our makeup better than anybody else does. So it is good and helpful to really educate ourselves and do more research on it, and then also connect to other people. The universe connects us to people on the earth, and so then we enjoy that journey, learning together, don't we? And I think that's so important to learn together.
Thank you.
I think we must take leave now.
Thank you. Thank you very
thank
much, Rotarian Lal Goelji, and thank you, Dr. Sushil, Pallavi, and Raki for joining us. It is really nice to have you, and we look forward for your cooperation for the future episodes. Thank you so much.
Thank you much,
Please
and global
stay
namaste.
around.
Thank you very much.
Global Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you.
Global Namaste. Thank you. Dr. Anukul, it is really nice to have guests to know their viewpoints, and you have been there since the very beginning, and you are yourself an orthopedician. You believe in holistic healing. And what is your take? And what are your favorite asanas before we move, apart from the sitting asana, before we move to Melissa and talk a little bit with her as well?
My favorite asana is keep on thinking. Those Rocky was talking about. Rocky was talking about they have got to take care of your monkey. I was just going to complain. I have got more than one monkeys. In fact, got multiple monkeys jumping all over the place, and
Right.
and so I never get a chance to even for 1 minute. Even when I'm going to bed, I've got a lot of thoughts in my mind. So that's where I've got my interest. It keeps on going on, and I've enjoyed every bit of my thinking. But that, by the way, interesting yogic principle, they say is not the right thing to do. I'm aware of that, is not to have the process of thinking all the time. And you also said how the books talk to you. My room is just full of maybe about 300-400 books, and they all talk to me all the time. So my mind is all the time hopping in different places. But I've got one small question to ask to all the very learned people and good practitioners is I come across with my patients who are all the time resistant to suggestions. And that is one of the things that I keep on working under. And I've discussed these matters with quite a few other people, even not necessarily in our system, it is very clear. You're going to take control of yourself. We can't do anything about it. Goodbye. I mean, that's the short answer. But in reality, that's where I do not finish my story. I mean, I usually start the things from there because most of the patients have complained to the hospital that I'm not thinking right. Nobody's bothered about listening to me and take reasonable time. Even for things like physiotherapy, usually physiotherapists will just give out a printout of these exercises and give it to them. And they said, well, I go there and I just got a printout. It doesn't make any sense. I must emphasize the importance of touch. And that touch is so very important between humans, number one. Number two is the environment that they are living in. And in the course of studying much more environment, I was just wondering, where is the place of, what do you call that, Vastu Shastras? I said, well, that's interesting. I was talking about with somebody, Vastu Shastras is how your house is positioned, where it is and how it is. Because I speak in the mountains and everything. It does not matter where you live in mountains. It's the people who you live with, no matter what adverse condition it is, you can make it a fantastic place to live. And they also talked about how to cleanse your mind before you do your yoga or your dhyan. And interestingly, cleaning your mind, they said, well, that's interesting because when I was talking to some other people in other places, they said, no, it also depends upon your karmic activities, what you have been involved in a karma. And in that karma, then comes the next aspect, which is Jyotisha. So you're coming to very, very complex stories. So I'm not going to walk into that place. It's a very complex area, I understand. So I will not talk about it. But in reality, the resistance comes. That's why I've asked some people, why is this person being so resistant? And the person will say, he will not listen to you because this is not his right time. It's amazing answers. But I don't know where we take that and how we take that into converting people into coming into meditation or whatever it is, those cycles. But once the people realize, they might be able to come to it. I don't know. The answer is we don't know.
Yeah, in fact, it will be very interesting, Dr. Anukul, to discuss about time and the time domains and the healing therapies related with time, because many traditional systems have talked a lot about the importance of time and time domains in terms of karma, in terms of the healers, holistic healing, and the time. So I think that will be a very interesting thing to take on. We will work on this
Complex.
because this triggers up time not only in terms of just a time as a source of series of events, but in the terms of your health, in terms of your well-being, and that is what it is. Melissa, have you come across something like this ever in?
Yes.
And how
All of the time.
how
All of the time.
all right.
All of the time.
So
Because
yeah,
in spirituality, I try to take the woo-woo out of it. Because you've got spiritual organizations that want to bring religion in or different belief systems. And to me, it doesn't matter what you believe in, as long as you use it for your greater good. And a lot of the time, it's fear. People are so scared of leaving the comfortable place of being in pain because it's all they know, to go into somewhere where it is peace and calm, because they're terrified that it's going to be taken away from them. So I get people to work step by step, just trusting in something. At first, it's if you want a sign, look for a synchronicity. If you want to know that you're on the right path, just, to whoever's listening, it doesn't matter. But something that means something to you. So, like, for instance, you want a piece of red Lego. I want to see a piece of red Lego just to know that I'm on the right path. And then it could be anywhere. Somebody could just say, "Oh, I stepped on a piece of red Lego this morning." And you think, "Oh, it's come in." So you start to trust in these little things. And like we were talking about timing there, everything is divine timing. It's not when the divine says it's right, it's when you know in your heart it is right to move. So what you're doing, even though you're saying these things to people, right? And they're just like, "No, I'm not doing it." It's been planted. That seed is in there. It's just that the universe has give you something, you've passed it on to them, and it's up to them to do something with it. But because they're not doing anything, this is where karma comes in, and people will keep coming forward until to the point where they build that tower and it topples, and they have to do something. And they'll probably come back to you at some point in their life. You'll meet them again, and they'll say, "I just want to say thank you. Even though I didn't listen to you, I didn't trust you, something came in, and then I remembered what you said, and then I went away and I did it." And that's when you know that even though your voice wasn't heard then, it has been heard. You've got to trust in what you're putting out there, because then you've done it, you've acted on what you've been asked to do, and then everything else comes in to back you up. It's just you don't see it. It's trust. You have to trust in yourself.
The reason I said that in particular was because I read a particular book, which is very important both philosophically and otherwise, is Kautilya Arthashastra. And it's a fantastic book on economics and also political science. But more importantly, Kautilya himself was a very big, what do you call, this Jyotisha. That means he used to follow the concepts of Jyotish Vigyan, as we call it, very strictly. So I was a bit surprised because I was myself not very conscious of it. But something I know nothing about. So I think I'll just listen to what others have to say about it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anukul. Thank you, Melissa. Let's say hello to Sharon and take up a quick question from Meeta Ji. Global namaste to you, Sharon, and a very warm welcome. And also global namaste to you, Meeta Ji. Very warm welcome. And
global namaste.
Before we talk, Sharon, more about all this, your quick question Mitaji, what do you want to ask?
It's going to be a long question rather than a big question because I've been listening to the program right from the beginning and so many things. And Dr. Ankur Goswami just mentioned Jyotish, and my father was a Jyotish. He was a hobbyist Jyotish, but his predictions were very accurate because you need to be also spiritually aligned rather than doing business and taking money for astrology. He just developed that that hobby when he was living on his own in Kolkata. So for 3 years, and he was pretty good. And as a result of that, because it involves, logarithm mathematics in drafting this, the horoscopes. So my brother, who is space scientist, he used to do that, whether he believed or not. And I used to sit when my dad used to get all these people coming on the weekend, talking to him about, problems with their son not getting married or daughter not getting married or not getting a job and all that. So Jyotish, being my surname being Joshi, so many students ask me that, ma'am, are you Jyotishi? Are you an astrologer? And being a scientist, having two science-related degree, and the students are also very, in post-graduation in science-related degrees. I was wondering, how can we? I know Jyotish has tremendous effect because I remember my Kundali by heart as well because, I learned a lot from my dad. But when we are talking about different therapies, like, I've been practicing yoga for nearly 40 years now, and also being a teacher for around 16 years. So I do everything. And my mother as well, she is a regular pranayam practitioner. And when the cardiologist saw her, echocardiogram results, they couldn't believe that she's laughing and smiling because she had so many blockages. And I think because of the pranayam, so all these things consolidating together, Jyotish, pranayam, it has impact individually, but all this bringing together Reiki, I'm also a Reiki master and Reiki teacher both. How is that, going to influence the conventional field of medicine, allopathy? Because we can see mindfulness has taken into the mainstream now. People don't like to associate with any religion or anything. So yoga is there, but meditation, if it is aligned with a religion or a traditional practice, they don't want it. So they want mindfulness. So how can this be all put together, consolidated as an alternative therapy to convince the intellectuals, the academicians? You are in academics as well, Amritaji. So you just recently had a conference. So did you have any skeptical people with regards to alternative therapy, and how to consolidate? Dr. Anukul Goswami also could throw some light, because I often have this dilemma that how do I bring justice to
Yeah,
astrology?
thank you so much for your question, Mitaji.
Yeah.
In fact, there are research institutions and there are a lot of other institutions that work on Indian systems and science and traditional things in relation to the Vedic studies. There are many universities that now are working on this in relation to the concepts of time, consciousness, in terms of the Vedic systems as well as the Vedic knowledge, to where the scientists, especially the mathematicians, as well as the biophysicists, are working together in many of the eminent organizations to bring these edges together. And we're exploring the old traditional systems and the knowledge-based books of what is the basic behind the domain of time and the understanding of time in many forms. And we have a lot of discussions in many other organizations. You will be pleased to join them. You can come and attend some conferences where you can get some insight. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sharon, my dear Rose, Global, namaste to you again. And
Namaste.
I, ever since these 2, 3 years, ever since I have known you, you have a broad smile on your face every time with the fragrance of the rose in your heart, practicing and believing in the systems of yoga ever since you have been a student of Sitara Devi, a follower, a pranic healer, as well as believing
Even before.
in Tai Chi, Qigong, and so many things, yes, and that has made you what you are. So, what is your message for today's episode for the practitioners of yoga, people who believe in healing modalities, and how can people heal from your tips of the day today? Over to you. Thank you.
Well, I brought a meditation actually.
Beautiful.
It's when I worked I started yoga probably about 1968, believe it or not, when I was in college, right? And I was in dance. So of course I had a very advanced teacher in terms of consciousness.
I am blessed. At that time, I was a soul wandering somewhere where I had to meet you. Isn't it an amazing thing? A soul with a karmic life comes and enters the screen. You're on the other opposite side of the world. I'm on the opposite side, and you're giving me the knowledge of yoga. That's what is yoga about.
So I started, and then in when did I go? 1974. Well, 1973, I was living in Jerusalem. And that's when I first really encountered alternative health. I had a problem with my neck. I was dancing. And a friend who had been in the Olympics said to me, "Oh, I've worked with a man named Moshe Feldenkrais, who created, because I had an injury, and he created a whole system of working physically, kind of a physical therapy of working with issues, physical issues in the body, especially the joints, etc." So that's when I first encountered actually alternative health. And then I was in New York dancing, and that's when I first had acupuncture. So this is like about 74, 75. I first encountered acupuncture and chiropractic. And I've been an alternative health, practitioner. I've trained in craniosacral therapy and Feldenkrais and other things. And then meditation, I first encountered around that same time in New York, and it was TCM. No, not TCM. It was transcendental meditation, right? And I was given a mantra, and then I was, on my path, and have encountered many traditions. And it has helped me tremendously, not only in my own work and the integration of all these healing systems, traditional healing systems, with the physical aspects and the meditative aspects. So like Qigong, Tai Chi, yoga, etc., dance, I consider dance in the same category, sacred dance, is that they're all appealing and working with the whole mind, body, spirit, emotion complex, and they're all integrated. And that's what's so beautiful. And I've always looked to see what are the common factors in these. And then in, let's see, 92, I worked with a man named Robert Masters, Dr. Robert Masters, and his wife, Dr. Jean Houston. She's very well known. And they would do something called guided visualizations. So it was a meditation in which it was like kind of putting people into this meditative state. And I was working in the schools at that time. And so I brought this method because I was teaching different cultures, the different traditions and the different deities and the different fun kind of teachings from these cultures. And I'd always start with a guided visualization, and I'd always have them sitting with their legs crossed and they're doing mudras. And then I'd have them close their eyes, and we would go into these journeys, actually. So today I brought a small journey for you. And this is from Actually, I'll read you. This is actually from my book. This is Kuan Yin, who is back here. She who hears the cries of the world. Kuan Yin of China is the bodhisattva of compassion, the divine savioress who hears and responds to the cries of the world. Dressed in robes of white that symbolize her purity, Guan Yin is often pictured floating effortlessly on the turbulent waves of the ocean of existence, holding a baby in the security and comfort of her loving arms. She is sometimes shown with one hand holding a mala and the other a vase from which she pours out the pure distilled nectar of compassion. Like Mary and Isis, Guan Yin is the embodiment of grace, serenity, and generosity, the very essence of selflessness. Guan Yin's appeal is that she responds to the heartfelt needs of ordinary people. She is accessible to the most ordinary and the most lowly. She is the friend that you call upon in times of trouble. She is the hand that guides. She is familiar and she is family. One of the most beautiful meditations for invoking the goddess Guan Yin comes from an elderly Buddhist nun of Canton who presented her teachings to John Blofeld's, a very, very powerful disciple of Guan Yin's ardent Western devotee. And here it is. And probably you want to close your eyes and just listen and imagine, visualize. You sit down on a hilltop or anywhere high enough to see nothing but the sky in front of your eyes. With your eyes, you make everything empty. There's nothing there, you say, and you see it like that, nothing, emptiness. Then you say, but there is something. Look, there's the sea, and the moon has risen, full, round, and white. And you see it like that. Sea, silver in the moonlight, with little white top waves. In the blue-black sky above hangs a great moon, bright, but not dazzling. A soft brightness, you might say. You stare at the moon a long, long time, feeling calm, happy. Then the moon gets smaller, but brighter and brighter, until you see it as a pearl or seed, so bright that you can only just bear to look at it. The pearl starts to grow, and before you know what's happened, it is Guan Yin herself, standing up against the sky, all dressed in gleaming white, and with her feet resting on a lotus that floats on the waves. You see her, once you know how to do it, as clearly as I see you sitting there. Clearer, because her face is not in shadow. Also, her robes are shining, and there's a halo around her head, besides the bigger oval-shaped halo cast by her body. She smiles at you, such a lovely smile. She's so glad to see you that tears of happiness sparkle in her eyes. If you keep your mind calm by just whispering her name, Guan Yin, Guan Yin, and not trying too hard, she will stay a long, long time. When she does go, it's by getting smaller. She doesn't go back to being a pearl, but just gets so small that you can't see her. Then you notice that the sky and sea have vanished too. Just space is left. Lovely, lovely space going on forever. That space stays long if you can do without you. Not you in space, you see, just space. No you. No matter what difficulty you find yourself in, as the bodhisattva who hears and responds to the cries of the world, Guan Yin always makes her generosity, warmth, and love available to you. Whenever you are in need of healing, assistance, or spiritual sustenance. You need only recite her sacred mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. I pay homage to the jewel in the lotus, and she will quickly come to your aid. As you bring the divine light of Guan Yin into your life, pain and suffering begin to dissolve, and you are filled with renewed faith in your spiritual practice.
Very.
So beautiful, in fact. And Om Mani Padme Hum is very nice. Sharon, can we have a little meditation with that as well for a while?
Well, there's two mantras. So I have a song for Guan Yin, and we've met Jie Bing Chen.
Sure.
She's playing it. So it goes like, I'll do the mantra, but Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And then on top of that, I have Namo Guan Shin Pusa, Namo Guan Shin Pusa, Namo Guan Shin Pusa, Namo Guan Shin Pusa. Then it goes like, feel her chi flowing through your body. Feel her light flowing through your mind. Feel her warmth rising from the earth. Feel her waves of bliss pouring from the sky. That's some of it.
Wow, that's very nice, in fact. It's really
I have
lovely.
some really amazing singers. I write most of it,
Yes.
and in my songs I do most of the mantra chanting, and they do all the melodics. But yeah, it's she's been in my life for many, many years. When I was a child, and I was going through difficulties, for some reason I kept trying to dig my way to China, and I have no understanding why. And then years later, like saying let's see, it was like in the late 70s, I met someone, an astrologer actually, who had her boyfriend had been a very big disciple. He was an acupuncturist, and he American, and he went to China, and he was studying with a woman who was a great devotee, and she gave him this photograph that a man, one of her devotees who was a photographer, had taken, and he prayed for Guan Yin to appear, and he just took a picture in space, and he got this photograph. And she gave me this photograph, which has been with me. And even I gave it to my Guruji Sitara, and it was sitting on the altar with Saraswati and Durga and everybody else. Guan Yin she's really known for healing and for helping, right? You cry to her, Guan Yin, and she does appear, she does help. It's really very, very magical. And all of us who know Saraswati and Lakshmi, etc., know the power, the great power of the goddess and the goddesses and all the forms of Shakti in helping us in our daily lives, in our meditations. And of course, I must say that my other form of meditation is the embodiment of these goddesses and gods of Shiva, etc. And that is an incredible meditation because you really feel their Shakti as you embody them. And especially in the dance where you have to be in Kathak, you have to be so rhythmically focused. You can't, if your
Yeah.
mind goes off, so that you really feel that power or that compassion or that sensuality just flowing through you. And that is, to me, that's why I put dance with all those, the yoga and the Tai Chi and the Qigong, etc. And because to me, dance is an embodiment of all of that.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you so much. Lakshmi ji, what are your practices? You sing, you also dance, you have been into yoga as well as in education, giving children a lot of your resources and wealth of knowledge to people. What have you to say before we wind up today's episode?
Yes, since we were talking about well-being of people, this is the book. This Iyengar Yoga book. I practice this book. I've learned several years of yoga from Iyengar ji, and for 20 years probably I've learned under him, as long as he was alive. That's what I keep practicing. So it's a lot of standing asanas, sitting asanas, and I also do Shirsasan, which I love very much. And generally, I wind up with Shavasana. That is, you lie down and just relax and just give yourself to the Lord. So this is how I practice. I'm not so regular as I used to be, but I think after this year's session, I'm going to be a little more regular. And thanks to all of you and all your contributions.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi. Thank you so much. Melissa, your last minute comment. How did you find today's episode and what are your personal takeaways for the people of today's episode?
Oh, we need another episode. What I've just been told there was that actually the reason why we all came here from the universe into the physical body was to experience the wisdom of the universe in a sensual way through all of our senses. So that when we do all of these different movements, we have the connection of the universe within us. And that's our way to stay connected. But sadly, we are disconnecting. And this is why I feel it's very important that we research back in different traditions of different cultures, because all of these different deities that we have, it's all the same energy, just in different forms that we understand them. So for me, this has just been a breath of fresh air, that connectedness of people who are already aware, but need to get out there and help other people, even if it is just planting that seed. Because in 10 years' time, we're going to be in a very different place than where we are now, where the chaos is. But when you think back in the beginning of time, when chaos started, it then became a beautiful place. And we're just going through that process again.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. Meeta ji, your last minute comment before we wind up.
Yeah, thank you very much for Lakshmi ji. I really admire you so much. The one asana I can't do is Shirsasana. It's so difficult to do. My dad used to do with the support of a wall. And I also learned from Iyengar's yoga, but I didn't learn continuously from directly him. But that was the yoga I learned when I was 12 years old. It was compulsory in the school. What I would like to say is, yes, this is a reminder that we need to practice what the body has learned, the mind has learned. And in the hustle and bustle of life, we forget about those important things to keep this machine going. So I think it's it's amazing that through this program we are bringing this together. And thank you so much for everyone for your wonderful contributions, Melissa, Sharon, Dr. Nukul, and Lakshmiji, Lataji, and Amritaji. You are great. Non-stop going this late. Fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you, Meeta-ji. Yes, Lata-ji, your last minute comment, and then we go to Dr. Nukul and we wind up. Yes, please.
Yeah, I just feel very proud of being from the lands of yoga, where it's originated, and how they had this in-depth understanding of keeping peaceful and calm and keeping the body at ease, rather than now the world has, increased in the population and so many distractions and the AI age and all that. There's too much, and yet yoga is still very practical and very useful to ground us and bring us back and to keep having good health. So if we can just do it in our ways, and master it in our individual ways, it'll be, really valuable to all of us. So yeah, I do a little bit of everything, so it helps me. I want to be a very sort of multifaceted or dimensional, so that, a little bit of this, little bit of that, and just do it in moderation so that it doesn't harm us, but actually we can become enhanced and empowered.
With it, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Nukul, your last minute comment.
Thank you. It is great to see you, Dr. Amrita, working till almost midnight now.
Great to see you as well. Yeah.
I'll just give two small comments. First of all is about the concept of religion versus Sanatan Dharma. It's very, very important to recognize. Often we have to I struggle hard at least trying to differentiate that Sanatan Dharma by itself is not a religion the way people consider it. So we don't even have a concept of so-called God. Even what you call Rig Veda in 10.21, I think, Nasadiya Sukta, it says we do not know God came first or we came last or God came later. And basically, we created God based on what we thought. But fundamentally, it's the concept of consciousness, which is universal. So there is no concept. We are not in the real sense so-called religion. Number one. Number two, there are lots of fear in people's mind about war and all. Being an army man myself in the past, let me put it like this. I've got no fear for war at all because it is a part of what we call as the Samutra Manthan, It's a conflict between right and wrong and good and bad and whatever things. And at the end of it, you always get Amrit. So that's, I think, what has to happen. It has a part of the human nature and we should not be afraid of it. You must look at it and say, yeah, good Samutra Manthan. Then you can discuss the ideologies and why and how. But that's the way it is. Yeah. Anyway, it was pleasant talking to everybody.
I remembered one thing. Thank you so much, Dr. Goswamiji. One concept of Vedic concept is spandana, that we all are waves in the ocean and we meet, like waves collide and, move. And these waves are individual in their form, and still we are part of the big ocean, which is bigger
Absolutely.
consciousness. And we all are individual consciousness, individual wave, individuality with each of us. So, yes, we come together, but it's a universal consciousness within which all this divine individual, each of us are part and parcel of that. And that's a very, very important point you said about Sanatan Dharma, that, we all are. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for today's episode. And special thanks to Sarah Mills for bringing so lovely guests. So thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Aniza. Thank you, Heather and Rena, as well as Rotarian Lal Goelji. Thank you, Kevin and Sharon for contributing to this episode. And my last thanks to all our regular contributors, as always, and Dr. Anukulji for bringing and taking out time. And also, I'm very, very thankful to our technical director, Nishit Kotak, as well as our support, Neil Kumar. Thank you so much. We look forward to see each other the next Sunday with a new episode on Indian knowledge systems and Agnihotra homotherapy. So keep watching, keep sharing, and keep remembering us in your thoughts, in your life, and stay happy. With this, I would like to end up with the Gayatri mantra, and let's join our hands together after so many thoughts with the breath, chanting Om. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurvubhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anukul,
Namaste.
thank you. Anukul, what you wrote for
Thank
me, I was like crying. It was so beautiful. But it was so deep
Yeah.
and beautiful. I'm just so grateful.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
you.
Take care. Have
Thank
a
you
good
so much,
day.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
How do I get out? Good night, Nishit.